I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, hot dog.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? What a JPEG is? What a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. JPEG. JPEG, JPEG. Hot dog. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG, hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. JPEG, JPEG. I just want a picture of a. I just want a picture of a. I just want a picture of a. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. I just want a picture of a god. I just want a picture of a god. I just want a picture of a god. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. A picture. A picture. A picture of a goddamn hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog. Hot dog.
Something's wrong with her. I checked this morning, and there was water in the exhaust.
Hello. Yeah, it happens, Arnott. Well, I was going to work on the SSTO a lot today, but just going to have to get up early, and we're going to have to work on it all day tomorrow. How are you guys doing? I apologize for being so late.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
We had the house tour, and then I was just trying to get everything on the 97 good to go, and we realized that the wipers are a safety risk for state inspection if you don't have them, and the wipers weren't going on and off. They were just staying on the entire time, and you had to pull the fuse out to shut them off. I remembered that's how they were during the entire Route 154 trip, but it didn't rain very much, so it's not a big deal. Boy, I gotta pee. So, we got out of the house tour, I don't know, noon time, 1 o'clock, and I was like, I'll just set the start time for 4. We'll go buy all the parts that I think we need, and go. So, Mank, thanks for the 86 months. So, I'd done some testing, and the multifunction switch that's on the steering column works. I know it works. I tested it with the multimeter. It works. I did that a week ago. So, I was like, it's not the multifunction switch, which controls, it has the wiper controls on it, right? And I'm like, it's got to be a bad ground in the wiper motor. So I took the cowl off of the truck, took all the stuff apart because it's like up underneath the firewall. We took all that stuff apart. I cleaned all of it. I painted some parts that had some surface rust on them. We put it all back. We didn't put it all back together. I put the motor in, hooked it up, hooked the battery up, didn't fix the problem. So it was a pain in the butt to get the wiper motor in, so I'm just like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And then came the damn troubleshooting mode. So, I noticed on the multifunction, I was like, okay, it's not the wiper motor, it's got to be the multifunction switch, so maybe I didn't check it right. So I took apart the steering column on the truck. I was like, oh, well, I have a second multifunction switch. Right? I have a second wiper control. I got it from a truck in a junkyard. I have a second one, and for this reason, this is why I got it, right? So, I take apart the steering column, we take the steering bezel off, take the multifunction switch out, and it's just hanging from the dash on its wires. Obviously, it's not working. So, I take it out, I test both of the multifunction switches for continuity on the wiper tabs, right? Which I learned from the internet or in the Haynes repair manual, right? And then, we put the second one in. Same problem happens.
Go and throttle up.
So I'm like, oh, that's good. I'm like, okay. Same problem happens. So I'm like, huh. All right. So we pulled out the Haynes manual, and then we started Googling. And honestly, no Fords have this damn problem. No Fords have this problem. Buck, and you give me crap about Ford, but in all honesty, right? Primo and I would go to Google this problem, right? And maybe 1 or 2 things came up where it's like, oh, replace the wiper motor. It's like, okay. And the rest of it, even though you type Ford, Google Earth excluded Ford from my searches. It excluded Ford from my searches, and I just got Chevy and Dodge wiper motor problems from 1996, which is... And we were like, Brimo went and checked the Route 154 VODs, when Hoonigan was showing me how to get the truck started. And they were like, he did it through the wiper motor. I'm like, no, I fixed that already. Because I fixed it when I got the key up and running again, like 4 or 5 months ago. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, what if we just take the multifunction switch out? If we take the multifunction switch out, right? We take the wiper motor switch out off of the steering column. We just unplug it and just leave it there. You know, let's see what happens. So unplug it, put the wiper motor on the dashboard, turn the key, wipers turn on. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? It's not even, the switch isn't even plugged in. Wipers, I'm like, I don't understand. I replaced the wiper motor. I have no off switch. There's no switch hooked up to it, and the wipers are still going. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And then it took me some super freaking digging, right? I went deep, like, you know, like when you're trying to figure something out, you go deep into some whatever forum of that thing. And I went deep into the Ford truck forums. I was like couple pages in on a thread, right? The truck wasn't manufactured by Lunch, any chance? No. Explosive. I'll get to that though. Dude, this is nuts. So like, I had the cowl off on the truck. Pieces of the truck are all over the front lawn. Like, you know, I have some parts that were a little rusty that I, you know, just hit with a wire brush and repainted and everything. All the parts are out. I'm sitting there going like this, and 4 o'clock rolls around, and I'm just like, oh no. Oh, jeez. So I'm sitting there. I'm like, I don't know what this is, and I'm just scrolling through, and like 5 pages in on a thread about wiper motors, because that was great. Someone's like, well, you know, there's a relay underneath the dashboard. There's a wiper motor delay switch. The delay switch intermittent relay is underneath the dash, and I'm like, why is that under? It's behind the glove compartment. I'm like, why would that be like that if the wiper motor is in the center of the truck and the wiper switch is on the left side of the truck? Why would you put a wiper component on the right side of the truck? But whatever. I'm sure there was a good reason. Didn't get mad. I'm just like, okay, fine. So I noticed, you know, when we were messing with the multifunction switches a little bit earlier, that there not only was there no off switch for the wipers, but there was no intermittent switch either. Like, it just went, we just had low and high, and that's it. So low speed, high speed, and that's all, right? And I'm thinking like, oh, maybe it is that delay. So we went and looked at the Haynes manual, which has the wire diagrams in it, and I'm like, oh, that's the delay switch. We don't have intermittent, and we don't have an off switch. It's got to be that thing. So I pulled that thing out, and it's just a little plastic box, right? And it has a little PCB in it. I think Brimo posted the pictures of the PCB or the circuit board to the general. Oh gosh. Yep, here it is. I have a picture. Chilton's are better than Haynes. Haynes manual's good enough. It helped me today. So, like, dude, we were trying to Google it, and there was nothing. There was, like, no documentation on this at all. Even the Haynes manual was like, oh, yeah, it's just a wiper delay module, and they didn't say what it was. So, I'm sitting here looking at this thing. I'm sitting here looking at it, and I'm like, this has water damage. Nothing is necessarily rusted, but that's water damage right there. There it is. So what I did was I took rubbing alcohol and a Q-tip and cleaned up everything. I cleaned this whole thing inside and out. I was very careful, right? Cleaned it all up, made the thing look brand spanking new, put it back in the truck. I'm just like, oh my God. So, what I did from there replaced the multifunction switch. We replaced the wiper motor. I'm thinking to myself, we have no intermittent. It's got to be this thing. It's got to be it. It's got to be this. So I pull the thing back out, try to turn the truck on. Wipers don't go on. And I'm like, oh, it's this thing. Okay. So I'm like, all right, well, I tried to fix it. I tried to clean it up. There's clearly a short in this thing somewhere. RB also had Ford issues today. His dad truck vomited Pepto-Bismol all over the engine bay. Yeah, it's because explosive. He told me it's because he super glued something to a radiator. Super glue. Radiator. That gets hot. Okay. Did you try hitting it with a mallet? Yeah. Something shorted out on this thing. Something shorted on there. But look. There's definitely water damage right there. See it? Should have used Bondo. Damn right, Samurai, right? So... So, I'm looking at this dang thing, and I'm like, it's definitely broken. It's got to be this. It's got to be this. And I call my uncle, I bought the 59 from. He's a car nut too. And I was telling him everything that I told you guys up until that point, and he's like, yeah, I think you got a bad wiper motor, right? But it could be that relay switch. But he goes, is that something that like AutoZone or O'Reilly's or Advanced would sell? And I'm looking on my phone while I'm talking to him. $200, and he's like, dude, just buy a switch. Just buy a damn switch, and put the switch bypass the fuse. And I'm like, okay, I can do that. Because the thing's $200, but he's like, yeah, even if you do that though, you still like, they still could fail you on state inspection, because the whole reason why we need the windshield wipers fixed is so I can get an inspection sticker. So, Massachusetts has state inspection to make sure that the cars are safe enough to drive on the road, like so you don't throw a tire or something. Go figure. Oklahoma, not so much. I like Oklahoma. It's a good place. Cool place. So I'm like, oh, they're $200 for that. $200 for that. For this thing. The cool boy's like, yeah, we don't do that. It'll do pins in the water damage area, direct short. It's gotta be, yeah, Jaka, it's gotta be something like this. I tried to clean it up. I tried to make it nice. I also noticed that two of the resistors were touching each other. Right there. Two of the resistors were touching each other. But it's very clear that there was some water damage on this thing. Like, it's pretty straightforward stuff. Right? So, when I was cleaning the prongs on this thing, the leads, right? When I was cleaning those, I noticed that they were a little rusty, and I'm like, huh, alright. Only find yourself a state inspector that takes bribes. So, I noticed they were a little rusty, and I'm like, this thing has water damage, it's rusty. It must be something that's unique to this truck, right? It's gotta be. It has to be, like. And then, we went to the store, we bought a new one, plugged it in. Truck works great now, the wipers work great. I have all intermittent settings, low, high, off. Everything works. That was the last thing. Everything works in the truck. I'm still waiting on some fuel lines for the second tank, but once I get the fuel lines in, truck is back. The F2 Shitty will be back to stock, except for the paint. It'll be back to 100% stock, the way it came from the factory. Pretty cool, though, huh? Yeah. The coating on the resistors wouldn't have allowed them short. Yeah, I just noticed it, Buck. It didn't seem like a problem. It seemed like they've been that way for a long time. So, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about it, and now, trips to the auto store, I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, it's got water damage. Why would it have water damage? How did water get in there? It's like up underneath the dash behind the glove compartment. I'm like, it must have shorted it. That's the only way. No one else is having this problem. Like, seriously, nobody has this problem. Like, even on the forums, they're like, check the delay box, but that doesn't break. That never breaks at all. Like, it's usually the wiper motor that goes bad, right? Or the multifunction switch gets dirt in it, and then it doesn't work. So I'm sitting there and thinking, I'm like, and then I remembered. I do, Fishy, yeah. Fluid level sensor. Jack, it's from the truck's from 1997. It don't have no fluid level sensors, man. Heater core leak? I checked that, Maz. The heater core is all plastic. We don't need to worry about that. It's like one piece that goes underneath the dash, and the outlets are out on the opposite side of the firewall. I checked it. I looked underneath. I'm looking around. I'm like, there's got to be water. There's got to be water somewhere. And then I remembered, when Brimo and I were in New Mexico, we drove through Monument Valley, and it rained for a second, and water came in. Water came in the windshield. And I was like, and guess where it came in the windshield? Passenger side. Right at the A-pillar, which is right where this module is. The module is like mounted right under the A-pillar. Water came in right there. Now, don't get me wrong, the wiper motors were screwed up before that. They were screwed up before that for sure. But there was a leak. I don't know if I can. I don't know. I'm super freaking tired. We'll think about it. Exactly. We're having issues with the wipers before you left tuning it. Exactly, Buck. And I had already put the cowl back together, right? But let me show you a picture of the truck, and I'll show you what I'm getting at. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Give me 1 second, dude. So click enhance. Hey, Rem. So I know the windshield leaked there, and then I started putting 2 and 2 together. I noticed that. Yeah, I got to find that picture of the truck. Sorry. Still getting messages, even at freaking 9 and 9. It's okay. I gotta find a picture of the dang thing. Where is it? Do I look like I know what a hot dog is? Alright, this is a picture of the truck that I took a couple weeks ago when I put the bed on and everything back together. So, that module, the wiper relay module, is like right behind where that F is. It's that way. Only underneath the firewall. It's basically right here. It's on a little tab. Like, it's hanging on a little tab, and the tab where everything's fine there. And I know that the windshield is leaking right here. We knew that from New Mexico. Now, I was putting the cowl, which is this piece. I was putting the cowl all back together, and I started to, it's when I was taking it apart, I started noticing things. The stainless. So this is stainless steel trim, right? They do that to, so it doesn't rust and crack the windshield, right? 32 months of bruh. so they put stainless there so it doesn't rust and the rust doesn't expand and crack the glass, right? And I know that it was leaking over here, but the stainless wasn't touching the glass right in the center of the windshield. And there was a bunch of crap in there, dirt, compost, whatever. And I'll be honest, nobody's been underneath this cowl in easily 2 decades. But here's the thing. They tried. And then it clicked in my brain. Okay, we know it's leaking there. And the wiper motors had problems. Even before, even when Hoonigan bought the truck, I when Hurt and I hot wired it up and got it running the first day I was there, the wipers went, and I'm like, oh crap. So the wipers were always like that as long as Hoonigan had it, and they just pulled the fuse, right? And then I started looking at this. I started looking at the cowl. The stainless wasn't. It was on its clips. It was resting on its clips, but it wasn't pushed all the way down, especially right here. And right there. Right? And then I noticed that there was a bunch of dirt underneath the stainless. There ain't supposed to be dirt. This is supposed to basically be adhering right to the glass. It's supposed to clip right on and basically seal up against the glass, right? There's rubber behind the stainless. There's a little rubber gasket behind it. So water's not supposed to do that. And then I noticed that the stainless was not clipped in basically anywhere on the bottom. And then it kind of hit me. I noticed all this crap in there. We had to get the shop vac out. It was so bad, and there was so much compost and all this other garbage in here. When I went to pull the cowl, right? It was caked in dirt. So I'm like, all right, that's strange. There shouldn't really be dirt in between the stainless because it's rubber and it has to seal, right? So what I did was, I put this all back together once we got it working. I put it all back together and I seated the cowl. And when I seated it, I noticed that it wasn't really butting up to the stainless steel how it wasn't butting up to the stainless steel how it was when we when we took it off a couple hours earlier. And I'm like, why isn't this fitting? Why isn't this fitting? And then I noticed it wasn't fitting in the same way because I saw that the stainless, after I cleaned all this out, I saw that the stainless wasn't there. So I used the butt end of my fist, right, to push it back in because you just really lightly, you don't want to dent it, you don't want to break the stainless. That stuff's it's annoying. It's annoying to replace, and you're gonna get leaks, right? So because of that, I noticed that the cowl wasn't seated right because now I put the cowl back in. I know that the cowl wasn't right. You can look at Route 154. You can see it's not placed correctly. So when I put all the screws back in, I centered it and I placed it, and then because I punched that stainless steel down, not punched it, because I pushed all that stainless steel down back to where it was, the cowl was actually too far back. It was too far back. And it was underneath the stainless steel. It's like by probably I'd say about 3/4 of an inch. And then when I seated the cowl plate correctly and I put it all back together, there's a freaking white stripe on the truck right there now from where Hoonigan painted it. There's a white stripe there. So what does that tell me? So what does that mean? So I seated the cowl plate where it should, and I pushed it up against the stainless steel, and it had just a slight overlap, not like maybe 1/8 of an inch, not like 3/4 of an inch. It was like overlapping by that much. I'm telling you, there's a big white stripe right here between the stainless and the cowl now. So what does that tell me? Somebody screwed with the cowl, right? Obviously. Somebody tried to take it off, and they couldn't get it off. So they ended up pushing it underneath the stainless steel. When they pushed it underneath the stainless steel popped up. When it popped up, it didn't seal against the windshield. Now, don't get me wrong. Because this thing was so far underneath the cowl and Hoonigan's paint was there, it wasn't them. So it must have been the original owner, right? Or someone screwed with it at Hoonigan without anybody knowing, right? Because they didn't do anything with the front of the truck except paint it. So I noticed because there's a white stripe because the cowl was pushed too far back and it was pushing up the stainless steel. So somebody had messed with this cowl previously. And when they did that, they pushed the stainless up and the windshield started to leak. Now, why they were screwing with the cowl in the first place, I have no idea. No idea. I can't figure out. Because, like, why would you screw with the cowl? The only thing that's in here is literally a gutter. There's a gutter, and then there's a pipe that runs down behind the quarter panel down here, basically to drain all the water coming off the windshield. And then there's the wiper motor mechanism and then the antenna, and that's it. There's no reason to take off that cowl. But I noticed that whoever did it, and it wasn't it may have been Hoonigan before they painted the truck. I don't know. I don't think it was, because like I said, it was a huge, huge gap, right? This fits our broken into theory. Somebody has to replace the windshield. Yeah, I think someone in California broke into this truck. They broke into this truck and they tried to steal it and it didn't work and they ended up taking the radio. Because, yeah, when Brimo and I first took the interior apart, when we drove it back from Route 154, there was glass underneath everything. There's glass underneath the seat, like shattered glass. Like somebody punched through the window and there you go. So, you racing tonight? I don't know, man. I'm tired, dude. I've been all over the place today. So, hey, Engine Uber, 14-month resub. Thanks, buddy. Any other electronics on the passenger side of the truck? If so, check them for water intrusion. I looked at the prongs before I hooked the delay switch back up. The prongs are rusty. So, yeah, the windshield was leaking because somebody pushed that cowl back, pushed the damn stainless up, and then it started leaking. Okay. Nice, Panta. There you go. Now, I don't understand the so that could be two things, fellas. It could be two things. Either the original owner or a shop that the original owner had tried to fix whatever was wrong with the windshield wipers, and they started taking the cowl apart. And yeah, they said screw it. That's not coming out. So if they did that, why would they even bother trying to fix a wiper motor? And if they popped the stainless off and it leaked, right? Like, that doesn't make sense. If you were going to try and replace the wiper motor because the windshield wipers were working, that means the windshield was already leaking. But that also means that there could just be a leak in the windshield, right? Could just be a leak in the windshield. It could have just been, there could just be a leak here anyway, but the stainless was like maybe a half inch off the windshield. So I pushed the stainless back down, clipped it all back in. I bolted the cowl, I placed it all back in together, and I'm not going to test to see if the windshield leaks, Jaka, or anything like that, but yeah. And then I replaced that stupid freaking delay module, which had water intrusion. It's a crappy picture, but right there. Fred Hayes interview on Super Talks. Oh, that's neat. Who breaks in through the front windshield? My guess is they were trying to do something with the cowl tie bot to maybe get at some wires or something, but if you can take the cowl off, that means you can pop the hood. And if you can pop the hood, you could just hot wire the car on the solenoid. Ford, in the words of ViceScript, Ford has a nice steel me junction right here. The solenoid is on the left fender there. You could just take a screwdriver and jump start the car. It takes 2 seconds. These trucks were notorious for being stolen. That's why I have a kill switch in mine. You got a kill switch in mind. I'm not telling you where that is. So, something doesn't add up here, and I'm not really sure what it was. Like, why would Hoonigan go screw with the cowl and only the cowl? That doesn't make any sense. Somebody did screw with the cowl, and it popped up the stainless, and that could have caused the leak, but I don't know it for sure. It's a C20 buck, but yeah. You should put a Ziploc over it just in case it does have a leak. At least you wouldn't be out another $200. Yeah, I'm sure. You know what? You're right, and I probably should do it anyway. But I want to see if the stainless, like I got all the dirt out from the stainless, and now the stainless is nice and butted up against the windshield, and it looks great. It looks great. I cleaned up the cowl and everything. It looks fantastic, right? I'm sitting here looking at this picture. Like, I cleaned all this up. You can see the stainless isn't lined up right there. You can actually see it in this picture. It bows out right in the center. And it bows out over here. That's where it was leaking. So I want to see if the stainless, pushing the stainless back in is going to fix it. Started on the 21st. Oh, there you go. Ford, another possibility, there was a vehicle transporter hauling trucks that was involved in an accident, and several of the trucks had body damage. When they were repaired, they could have misaligned the cowl. Yeah, either that or the truck got into a fender bender or something, but I don't know if these are or aren't the original panels. I'm going to say they are. This is original just because of the fitment. But yeah, very strange, man. Very strange. Yeah. Water intrusion got that delay module. Guys, I'm telling you, go look for wiper motor not working. 96 F250 wiper motor not working. If you Google that, you'll get like a bunch of threads. And they all say, hey, my wipers stopped working. Or, hey, my wipers won't shut off. And every thread is just, oh, replace this or replace that. I had to go digging down it, like into a thread to figure out that there is a delay module. And then I had to, and then I put 2 and 2 together. Yeah, that's why I'm like 8 hours late. Yeah, RJ, I'm super late because I had to fix the windshield wipers on the truck. I know how OBS Ford original body style or old body style truck windshield harnesses work, dude. I got the harness memorized now. Because I was about to hotwire it. I could not figure this out for the friggin' life of me. But I figured it out. We beat it. And I'm $200 in the hole because the part that went to hell had to be a digital piece. This thing had to be that. It's the windshield wiper circuit. It's on a PCB and it's shorted out because it's got water damage on it. See it right there? Yep. Yep. That thing's up underneath the passenger side dash, behind the glove box, behind some electronic module. I don't know what it is. It says for 2-wheel drive vehicles, but I have no idea what it is. Yep. The Ford delay module hasn't changed since '86. Yep. Tessa, I actually was thinking we should fix it. We'll fix it on stream. I'll fix the original one on stream. When you want to fix something and won't stop for nothing. Dave, you see me do this stuff with Kerbal all the time. I won't stop until it's fixed. So I didn't stop until it was fixed. Just, I ate into about 8 hours of streaming time. Sorry about that, dudes. But like, once again, I don't normally go, I'm not normally like that incessant. I'm usually chill with cars, but I was like, we got to get this fixed because if they reject the truck on the wipers, it's a safety issue. And we noticed that if you fail inspection on emissions or something, you have 60 days to fix it. If you fail a safety inspection, you need to fix it now. You do not get 60 days for that. Brimo actually was Googling it and figured it out. So, yeah. House tour went great though, fellas. I said I would take pictures of the garage for you, and oh, we did that. Now, here's the thing. It's kind of only pictures of the garage's ceiling because the sellers, we talked to them today, they're like, sorry, the garage is full of crap. We swear it'll be gone. We swear it'll be gone. The sellers ordered a shipping container because they're moving far away, right? And the shipping container was late because, of course, it was. And it's coming tomorrow, and they have to basically load all the stuff that they're going to take with them. They're moving far away. Are you racing tonight? I don't know, man. Kerbal King, I've been going since like 7:30 this morning, dude. I'm freaking goose, dude. You guys should probably just go without me. I'll see you guys in 2 weeks for racing, okay? So they're moving a long way away. I won't say that. I won't say where they're going. I won't say who they are. That's not fair. I did tell them about what I do though today. I didn't give them the URL. Not yet, at least. I'll give it to them on Monday. Hey, Joe. Yeah, I saw your pictures from Oshkosh, man. Very, very nice. Hope, other than the truck, everything is good. Yeah, the house tour went great, dude. And, yeah. So, these pictures of the garage they're all kind of just the ceiling, I guess. Like, I didn't take any pictures of the floor, but that's fine. Here, I'm going to send them through on Discord. I'll send them to Brimo. Where is Brimo? Okay, there we go. Congrats on the house. Yeah, thanks, man. Let me get the pictures up for you guys, and I will show you my new office. So I haven't shown nobody before. And once again, all the seller's stuff is in there. The rest of the house was super clean, so we good. So, well, here you go. All right. More like 3 weeks. Yeah. Sorry, man. I'm just, dude. I'm just gonna be a pain in the butt on the track. I am goosed. Like, it's not. Today was a ridiculous day. But anyway, here you go. Pictures of my new office.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Hellbor, 77-month resub. Appreciate it. I told you when I told you guys, I said we literally bought a high bay. I mean, we bought a high bay. Yeah. It's like I said, all the seller's stuff was in there. It's gonna be gone by Monday, but yep, I made sure to take a picture of the door for scale. This is a big honking garage. It's huge. Industrial. It's an industrial construction, which is unreal. Yeah. Where's the banana though? Ah, it's on the floor, sorry. Yep, insulated garage. You guys, like I said, you're looking at my new office. I could do so many martial arts in there. Or you could park cool cars in there, 95, and not be weird and do that stuff. 95, what was that crack and drive that you sent over? The auction is still up. Currently at $82.50. Yeah, no, I can't afford that. Okay, I see a picture of the Kraken Drive. It's still in chat. All right, cool. So much room for activities. That's right. It's freaking huge, dude. But yeah, all this, that pile of stuff, not gonna be there. These boxes behind me, not gonna be there. There's workbenches around three of the 4 walls, and there's no workbenches up at the front. But yeah, it's a monster, dude. Big freaking garage. So much room for a gantry crane. Super stable, and it can lift 100 tons. Nice. Yeah, I see. Uh-huh. Ain't gonna fit. Dude, I cannot tell you how many times I've said that phrase today. Trying to get the cowl to fit back into the truck and then figuring out the stupid stainless steel was not lined up correctly. Ain't gonna fit. The salami lid. Were you thinking of setting up the streaming in there? Yes, Noodle. Yes, I was. This is my new office, fellas. Yep. Oh, I'm gonna stream in here. Absolutely. That's a punching bag, if anybody's wondering. Yep. This is my new office, dude. A little bit. And then the office is through that door. So there's an office behind this, right? And it goes from the center of the building over. So that office is bigger than the room I am in right now. Ain't gonna fit. Won't fit that. All streaming? Oh yeah, weather guy. My office is going in there. Yeah. So it's a tool shed. Yeah, the tool shed which you're messing with. So, we had the house tour today. The sellers are cool. They're really nice people. They're just a little stressed out because they're
Discovery,
moving
go at throttle up.
like I said, good ways away. Franco, gifted 5 subs, man. Thank you. Gonna put a couch in there?
Discovery,
We got a couple
go
of
at throttle
couches, Zero, but I'll sleep on the love seat.
up. Discovery, go
I
at
thought you
throttle
were gonna
up.
stream in the office. I don't know. I haven't really decided, Bandit. What do you guys think?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Lots of room for tools and server racks. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, Jaka, I got overruled on the server rack in the garage
Discovery, go at throttle up.
because Brimo wants to put it in her office. I got, jeez, what an L. She's like, I could set up a server. We could have a huge server for the house. It'll be amazing. We could put all this out. I'm like, she's like, yeah, and then I can learn about networking. I'm like, you. I like you. You're all right. Yeah, Chaka just got to take the L there, man. Damn. Server rack in the kitchen. Everyone knows how loud server hardware gets, right? You're going to need a mill and a lathe to tie the garage together. Yeah, jeez. Going to need AC. Yeah. It's probably better for it to be inside for cooling also. Yeah, yep. She wants the noise rack, a server in her office. Well, her office is next to the office that she said her office, but I mean, that's not. There's like a pantry next to, not a pantry, like the utility room is next to her office in the basement of the house, like or where she wants her office to be. So, once again, it's all in flux, dudes. I was like, you know, the office is right there. I could put my office in here, and then if I want to do a wrenching stream, I'll just run wires through the wall right here. And like, it's interesting because that office, yeah, Jack, it's basically like a tool shed, which is weird. And then it's basically like a tool shed, and it has foam core insulation. Like they use poster board for insulation back there because they add these guys, the people that built the garage and stuff. The guy built it himself and added stuff back there. If I put some insulation in that room, I could stream in there. I gotta put some insulation down. I'll put some drywall up in there. I'll make it look nice. You know, and make it my freaking office, right? And you know, then if we want to switch to auto streams, I'll just have another desktop like out here or a monitor out here and just have all the wires running through the wall. Well, the play was always have to stream in that office. Well, Shaw, we could do that, or I could just literally set my desk up opposite the door over here, and have the monitors facing towards the back wall, and then just hang the green screen from there, and literally just turn the camera around if we want to do wrenching. Dude, I'm telling you, this garage is huge. I could fit the core. So I have the 59. We have the Coronet. The 59 and the 69, right? So the 69 Coronet, it's actually longer than the 59 because the 59 is a short box. So it's a single cab short box. It's like maybe 15 feet long. The Coronet's 20 feet long. It's a freaking limo. I could fit 2 Coronets side by side in this garage and have room to spare on both sides. No, it's not echoey at all, Bandit. It's insulated. It sounds like you're in a sound booth, to be honest. Yeah, Chuck, we got the house. We start moving Monday. I just realized, did that room have outlets? It did, Remo. Yeah, I checked. The electrical goes right there. See the wire? It goes through right there on the metal part, and it pops down and comes down, and there's an outlet right there. 4-prong outlet. This 59, the Coronet, your streaming set, it's 1,000 square feet, Shaw. Yeah, it's huge. I have a freaking high bay. Is it a metal roof? They tend to be loud with the rain. There's insulation up there, Electron. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, the sellers still have all their stuff there. They got to clear this stuff all out over the weekend. And yeah, There's the garage door. Now, fellas, a regular garage door, see these hinges right here, those hinge brackets? On a regular garage door, you have track, center hinge bracket, and then another track over here. You could drive a fire truck through that door. Not like through it, but you could drive a fire truck through this. The garage is huge. It's freaking huge. You need to upgrade the lighting. LED lighting. Dave, half the lights were off, man. Those 2 lights were on. The other 2 were off. The lighting is ace, dude. Because the guy, I told you, the guy worked out of this. For the main garage, why not a Blade client? Since you're getting a server, you could use a client. Yeah, I don't know, Jack. Well, like I said, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out on stream. If we want. You could fit an FBI command truck through that door. You could. Yep. Yeah, Fractal. Yeah, it's pretty good. No disco ball, though. Might want to work on that. Karma's, I'm thinking a gantry crane might be in order. Maybe a 2-post lift, which kind of does the same thing. The shelf permanently attached. Shelves permanently attached is considered real property. Dude, the seller's realtor and the seller were talking to me because I had my NASA hat on because it was 7:30 and I didn't feel like combing my hair. Screw me, right? So I put my NASA hat on and they're like, oh, you like NASA? And I was talking about what I do and they're like, oh, you like NASA? And I'm like, uh-oh. And I paused for a second. I'm like, should I tell them? All right, fine. Yeah, I go, yeah, no, that's what I do. I teach people about vocational activities on the internet, and you know, it mostly centers around rockets and how rockets get made, stuff like that, and we talk about like rockets and whatever. And they're like, really? That's what you do? You serious? I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna build rockets in that garage over there. I'm gonna put that garage to use. And the seller was like, good. We're hoping we'd sell it to somebody who would use it. And I'm like, oh, it's getting used. Yeah, that's fair. Oh yeah, no, I will be in there 12, 13 hours a day. Yep, it's getting used. Don't you worry. And then the selling realtor was like, so are you gonna build rockets in there? And I'm like, yeah, high-powered rockets. And I said that off the cuff, not realizing that the realtor has no idea what the frick that means. She went, oh, hope it's not loud. I'm like, I'm not gonna fire them here. What are you, nuts? She's like, enjoy building your rockets, EJ. Bye. I'm like, when we were leaving, I'm like, oh dear. What did I just do? Why did I do that? This is why I don't talk to people about space in real life. I don't talk to normies about space. Not a good idea. I'm like, oh no. Yeah, Fractal. Yeah. She's like, oh, you're a pyro. I'm like, nope. That's not what that is. Bye-bye. Yeah, nice. Yeah. What is the bucket over your left shoulder? A trash bin? No, she was like, oh, you work on cars. I see you have a nice car. You work on cars. You're gonna use the garage to do that too, right? I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be mostly. I don't build rockets. You don't need I'm not building big rockets. And she's like, oh, my son would love this. I'm gonna send him over. Like, she was kidding. And this is the realtor the seller that represents the seller. She was cool. She was kidding. I'm like, if he wants to come over, teach him how to wrench. That's no problem. Like, she's like, oh, I'm sending him your way. You know, he can park his car here. I'm like, what? No. I need this. I need all this space. No. I'm putting my own stuff here. She's like, how many cars do you own? And I'm like, 5. She's like, what? I'm like, they're not nice cars, they're just cars. It's a Seto Panta, yeah. And she goes, "You have 5 cars?" I'm like, "Yeah, because I fixed all of them. I fixed all of them. They were junk when I started. I mean, some of them are still junk, but." Did you see Joe's landing vid? I did. It's pretty freaking cool, huh? Yeah. Maz, it's on an acre of property. Let me just tell you, the backyard's pretty big. Backyard's pretty big. The only problem is that I'm really not. Brimo and I really aren't gonna have much cash for like the next 6 months. The down payment and all the stuff for moving pretty much wiped the savings. But that's buying a house, man. You know, like I'm not complaining by any means. Gotta work for it, you know. 10 years time, 50 cars. Look at me, Dr. Zoidberg, homeowner. Mobile lunch tower big. I think the ML could fit, but something height violation, building code, something. Remember to put some carpet in the trunk of the Coronet and a pillow. I like my comfort. There's holes in the trunk, Tessa. Second of all, it has a 7-body trunk. Body, operative word. Usually put dead people in there. I mean, put you in there if you want. It'd be like Summer Car when I try to put the frickin' passed out guy in the trunk. Let's see how many different ways we can make ramen noodles. Yeah. Bandit, last summer, Brimo and I were going out. You know, we could afford to eat out. We could go nice dinners, take Brimo to a nice dinner. Yeah, we're done with that. I'm back to eating college food for like the next, yes. Ramen, hot dogs, minute rice. Yeah. Yep. Nope. Back to eating college food. Blame drummer. I was gonna use a tarp in the backyard. That's what it's a 3-bedroom house. Just putting it out there. If I win the Mega Millions, your house is getting paid off, and your wedding too. Did you buy tickets, Penta? I did. I got 10 plays. I had some cash, and in Massachusetts, the state only takes cash for the lotto. It's kind of funny. I don't know why. That's kind of funny. I got 10 plays on Mega Millions. It's in my wallet. It's $1 billion, dude. $1 billion freaking dollars. The lump sum is like 800 million. These new stir-fry cup noodles kind of slap. All right. Hell yeah, Snake. It's ramen. It's ramen, hot dogs. Sometimes hot dogs in ramen for like amount of time. Tape, thanks for the sub. Gives a sub to average size midget. I can hook you up with ways to make those good enough that you'll actually enjoy them. I already enjoy them, caveman. Yeah, no, I'm good. I got my... Dude, your boy's good at cooking. You guys will find out. Oh, I couldn't take a picture of it, but I did get the corner of it in this garage. So we were talking about if, oh, let's put it up. See that? That's a double door fridge in the garage. And it has a microwave next to it. And there's no water out in the garage, but we could fix that. But also, yeah, it's got a nice... The kitchen isn't too big in that house, but I'll show you. Your boy can cook. I'm actually pretty good at it. I worked in a restaurant. I've worked in a restaurant for a long time. Pretty good at cooking. Without using new kid lingo, I can confirm what EPF was saying. The Nissan stir-fry cup noodles are unreasonably good for what they are. Okay. It's only cash because 20 to 25 years ago, a group bought every single iteration possible to win. Oh, on a credit card, yeah. Yeah, that's actually pretty funny. Smart. There's a water spigot, Hibbit. It's, the hose is outside, on the outside of the garage right here. It's on the outside, though. Yeah. Fellas, you'll okay. All right, now's a good time to say because we got the house and everything. So guys, I changed up some details about the house, about where it is, stuff like that, just because I didn't want people seeing the listing. Because if I say like, oh, this house has a red front door, it's a red front door, 2-story house with this big honking garage, somebody easily could have found that. Somebody easily could have found that. So I changed up a lot of the details of the house. Sorry, I apologize for being a little bit dishonest there, but I changed up some details. I said that, yeah, and part of the details that I said was that the hose was inside. No, it's got a spigot on the outside. The reason it's got a spigot on the outside is because the garage is not attached to the house. It's way behind it. It's in the backyard. The garage is in the backyard. It's behind the house. You liar, how could you? Yeah, no, it's in the very back of the house. It's pretty sweet. It has 50 amp service. It's on a different breaker. But it has a water spigot outside, and that, dude, it's kind of jank. That the water spigot that's on the front of the garage goes through a hose that goes to the back of the house, and it pops up next to a water spigot on the house. And then that water spigot just has a connector to the spigot that goes down back to the garage. It's a little jank. Probably not to code. And it probably only works, depending on how deep that water line is, it probably only works in the summer. So when do you start digging the secret tunnel between them? Maslam, when I say the garage is behind the house, I mean it's a good 100 feet behind the house. Yeah. Yeah, Forlorn, exactly. If it's above the frost, I asked my uncle, who's a general contractor, about this. I'm like, I was like, how's that gonna work? He's like, if you want to like plumb into the garage, you're gonna need to put the pipe like 4 feet below it's got to be 4 feet below the surface because it needs to be below the frost line, so it doesn't freeze in the middle of the winter. That doesn't seem up to code at all. Yeah, Vec, it's not indoor plumbing, so it doesn't really matter. That's why. But yeah, fellas, I did have to change some stuff up. Hellfish, like I said, it passed building inspection. It's a little janky, but I know I just said it's probably not to code, but you know, it's outdoor plumbing, so who cares? It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. It's just a hose that's buried in the ground. So you're going to call infers a passage between the basement and the garage. I can't. There's a septic tank in the way, fellas. The garage is like 150 feet behind because it's behind the septic tank. I'll have to commute in the snow. Nah, I won't. It's near the ocean. That's another detail I changed. Yeah, it's not in Central Mass. I went in a different direction. Because once again, I didn't want people finding the listing. Not close enough to the ocean where it would rust things. But, yeah, no, I'm down on the South Shore somewhere now. Yep, is the garage heated? Not heated, insulated, but my computers will do a fine job heating that thing, don't worry. So high water table? Nope. Florida stinks. I didn't move to Florida, Forlorn. I moved to Cape Cod. Yep. Yeah, once again, fellas, I said we were out near Worcester, and I kept saying that because I didn't want people finding the listing, and I changed a lot of details about the house. I didn't want people finding it. Nantucket Mansion confirmed. Maybe. I don't know a lot about the U.S., but I heard that not everybody has three-phase. Do you have three-phase? No. Still far. Our electrical is... It's one of those things you're going to look at and be like, what the hell? So we have 110, and then we have 220. Or 240. 240 uses a different plug than 110. But you can have 110 single phase or you single phase with all different types of amperage, or you could have 110 3-phase if I'm remembering right. Dave, refresh my memory, dude. Yeah, I know that Dave's in here. You would know better. You know this better than me. And then 240 is always 3-phase if I'm remembering right. But I looked into this once, and I'm pretty sure you can get single phase 240. I don't know what the hell you'd need that for, but whatever. So the other day when Brimo and I were talking about internet in the garage, there's electricity out there, and there's a conduit, and the conduit is up to code. Yeah, we made sure of that. But there's no internet out there. And it's like 100 feet behind the house. 2 hots and a neutral, all on residential, so 240, 120 volt, 200 amps on most modern houses. Dave, what's the thing on phasing? Can you get 110, 120 at 3-phase? I don't know if you can do that. I know that 240 has 3-phase for like a dryer, right? Last did a video on point-to-point antennas, that would be best. Yep. If you've got 220, 240, you can get whatever you yeah, Tessa, the garage is on 50 amp service. The house is 200 amp. Yeah. Dude, this house is old. It's an older house. But the family that moved in there, they moved in there in 2018 and they started upgrading everything. It's got central air. Obviously it has heat. So we got heat, we got central air, we got there's an electric water heater. There is a high efficiency furnace in there. So a high efficiency furnace uses a double cooling loop like a nuclear reactor. So there's the coolant loop in this case is the air inside of the house. It just circulates the air inside of the house, but there's a coolant loop that exchanges with outside. Yeah, it's actually really cool. High efficiency heater. There's a high efficiency gas heater. There's a high efficiency water heater. The water heater is money, dude. It's a Bosch. It's really, really nice. So this is like an old house that's been resto modded. Yeah, it's really not 200 amp service in this thing. Dude, it's cool. It's a cool house. It's not common, but I'd say no going from 2 phases to 3 phases. Yep. Yeah, still far. We have like all different types of plugs over here. There's heavy duty plugs and light duty plugs. Yeah. 3-phase is almost exclusively used for high power electric motors. There you go. 2-phase for a dryer? Yeah. Who's that subbing in there? Dragon, 33 months. So, yeah. We got to figure out a way to get the internet back there. That's why we were like, in the meantime, I might have to just set up my streaming setup temporarily in the house and not in the garage. But we'll see what we can do. Tankless water heater, I agree. Dude, it's money. I'll show you the heater, guys. You look at it and be like, whoa, it looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. Normal Cat 5 has a max run of about 328 feet, so you should be able to run a line. Electron, yeah. I don't know if it's cool to snake Cat 5 through the electrical conduit that exists there already, but that might not be the worst idea. Do not bury Cat anything. Yeah, like I said, Foo-Face, I don't know. No, I wouldn't do that. You would need shielded Cat 6. Cat 6, and it has to be separate from the electric. There are direct bury rated Cat 6 cables. Because of lightning, it has to be fiber. Should only bury cats if they're already dead. Bull crap, there's direct burial cat. See last for an idea of getting the wire out there off the ground. String some taut wire between the buildings, then run an Ethernet cable along that wire. Zip ties are wrapping around it occasionally. Yeah, Hank, I mean, that's a long way. But yeah, we could do that. Direct bury rated Cat 6. Okay. No, it's cool. Data and power shall... No, it's not cool. Data and power shall not share an enclosure. That's what I thought. Yeah. That's why I said I didn't know. You're not supposed to mix high voltage and low voltage electrical in the same conduit. So, fellas, if I wanted to do it right, maybe we have an entire stream where we're putting in some low voltage conduit for the garage up to code, maybe? To be honest, fiber is better if you get a trunk you can get a reel of three connected. Okay? For internet, dig a trench and put your cat through 1.5-inch PVC pipe. The only difference between Cat 5 and Cat 6 is the shielding. So we need Cat 6 and we need a lot of PVC pipe. Dave, like I said, it's about 100 feet. Probably a little bit more. The garage is way back. This is a big lot, guys. It's an acre. It's huge. I mean, it's country folk are being like, what? I agree with people suggesting fiber or wireless. I don't think wireless will go that far, Buck, but who knows? Try voice command open butthole on your Tesla, tweets Elon Musk. Okay. So it'll be a digging stream. Yeah, I guess that's what you guys wanted. I ain't digging a tunnel, though. We can't. The septic tank's in the way. There's this thing called Wi-Fi. It allows for no cables at all. 100 feet Wi-Fi, Mank? I don't know. I haven't used Wi-Fi since I tried to play Xbox Live in 2005 on Wi-Fi, and it was friggin' garbage. Turned me off to it completely. It's probably better now, I would have to guess, if you guys keep suggesting it. I know you're not stupid enough to suggest that if it's still bad. No Wi-Fi. Oh, I guess you are that stupid then. I don't know. I'm asking questions, fellas, because I don't know. But also, frick you. Wireless would go that far, no problem. You get a pair of direct antennas, and yeah. A good point-to-point antenna system will go that distance, but it's not cheap. I think direct Barry Cat might be the better solution here. Yeah, no, guys, I can't. It's bad for business. It's bad for my business if I'm on Wi-Fi. Like, I cannot have my internet connection go out. Can't do that. No. Remember, this pays the mortgage. Yeah, nope, can't do that. So, tin cans and a string. Not enough bandwidth. I think you should do wired regard. Yeah, Riker, I'm with you. It's very rural, Creation. Well, at least compared to where I'm at. Once again, country folk would probably not call this place rural. The houses, don't worry guys, instead of the houses being 20 feet apart from each other, they're now about 150 feet apart from each other, so that's good. Jam's idea is best. I don't see it, it's buried somewhere, unlike my cable. Buried Ethernet is the way to go, but if the septic tank is in the way, microwave backhaul point-to-point is easy enough. Fluffy, I think with the cable, though, we can go around that. You know what I mean? I can just dig around the septic tank. It's not... I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. Running pipe, though, is going to be... Yeah. You really want to make sure you don't step on a mine septic tank. 150 feet means you can be dragster loud. Sweet. Hellfish, the acoustics... Dude, the acoustics in this garage are nuts. It feels like... Once again, about 1,000 square feet. It feels like you're talking in a broom closet in here. The insulation is nuts. Just got here. How's the house looking? That's the garage, Ian. How deep is the top of the tank? I don't know. I'd have to go look, Vec. It's... Well, the septic tank has to be below the frost line, right? So it's got to be at least 4 or 5 feet in the ground. Basically run shielded Cat 6 out to the garage. Cool. I can find one, Maz. Don't worry. Running cable's fine, but put it in a conduit of some sort. Wouldn't you lose latency the longer the cable? Yeah, that's why we would want to put the router in the garage, maybe. But then again, he would have to run the wire out there, and then we'd have to run the Cat 5 back. Yeah. Bandit, it probably isn't the worst thing, you know? Fiber will fix that. Well, it should be fine. I'm pretty sure it'll be okay. "100% agree. If you don't mind burying cable and don't mind burying the PVC pipe, Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. It's not enough to care. Yep. Is the lawn big enough to justify a riding lawnmower? I bought a riding lawnmower from the sellers, and yes, it is. It's a brand new Cub Cadet, dudes. Guys, they bought this house in 2018, and then their plans changed. This was supposed to be their forever house. That's why a guy built a place to run his business on the property. This is an industrial building, fellas. Look like Cat 5 is 50-60 cents a foot. Oof. Have you taken it out for a test ride? No, Cyborg. Right now, yeah, no, I could do it probably next week. It's a nice Cub Cadet. It's a ride-on Cub Cadet, and it's brand freaking new. And I think we got it for like half price. No, lower than half price. They paid like, I think the seller said that they paid like $2,500 for it or something. We got it for like $500. Cat 6, not 5. Yeah. It's a nice mower.
Go and throttle up.
19-month resub. Like, guys, the yard's big. I'm going to have, like, I might be late for a stream because I'm mowing the lawn. Because why do drugs when you could just mow the lawn? Yeah. I bought a 1,000-foot Cat 6 shielded cable for less than $150. All right, Snatch. Yeah, cool. We could bury it. So, we could bury it. It has to be on a separate conduit. Don't put it with the 50-amp service line that's going out there. Got it. Cool. Yeah, we can hook that up. We should be able to get that done. Or I could come up with some kind of hanger mechanism, and it'll look like it'll have a telegraph line going all the way out to the garage, but whatever. That could work, too. Rent a trencher down to 12 inches, use PVC, and run your lines so you can avoid the frost line. The frost lines, yeah, I think Massachusetts code, Jim, is not... I don't know, I forget what it is, but yeah I know what you're saying. Cub Cadet, the Harley Davidson of lawnmowers. Dude, it's a nice lawnmower. I'll show it to you guys. Sometime. Frost line shouldn't matter for Ethernet. I think it matters for pipes, Kev. Yeah, you're right. Hit me up off stream. I can help you figure out hardware for the connection. Either way, fiber or Cat 6. All right, Buck, we'll coordinate with Primo. We'll just talk about it in ModCord. 328 feet is the maximum allowed for Cat 5e, Cat 6 cable. For Ethernet copper cabling, when it used to be 10, 100, 1000 base T, the maximum allowed length of Cat 5, Cat 6 is 100 meters, 320 feet. Max run length before you should put in a repeater. Got it. I think code says 18 to 24 for low voltage burial. Okay. Yeah, it's that in the PVC pipe bandit. I'll put it in a conduit. We'll do it right. Whatever you run, really consider multiple. You don't want to have to run another cable later. The cost of some extra cable is not that much. Caden, actually, that's a really good idea. We'll make it double redundant. I got me an 80s Boland's tricked out with LED headlights and a fake Artie steering wheel. Cool. Nice, Red. There you go. If you need a repeater, then just do fiber. Okay. Definitely Red a trencher. Your back will thank you. Yep. Yeah, we need to get a diamond shovel. Upgrading from Cat 6 to Cat 6A depends on the specific needs of the network. All right. Well, Kuro, Buck's a network guy, so we'll have that figured out. We'll have that figured out. Frost only matters for cable if the sheathing on the cable isn't good enough, or if the frost is heaving pinches in the cable. Okay. I could see a lawn mowing stream in the future. Yeah, maybe. Just make sure you leave a pull string if you ever want to add more. Okay. Pizza King, 25-month resub. Electrical potential between the 2 points may be something to watch out for. If the switches act funny, you might need fiber instead. Okay. Well, we're getting fiber internet installed, fellas, so I'm not sure. Okay, I need to know the difference between Cat 6 and fiber. What the hell is the difference? Oh, well, there obviously is the difference because there's a name. They're named different things, right? Could you also run a TV cable with the Cat 6 so you can have cable TV if you watch it? If we had cable, Dave, yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, Louiso, but that might get expensive. Copper versus optical. One's glass, the other one's copper. All right. Cat 6 is copper, fiber is fiber optic. Yep, yep, yep. So, all right, idiot IT question or idiot networking question. Is fiber an Ethernet plug, fellas, or do we need something different there? I don't know. I have no idea. No. So what am I going to need? You need SFP. Fiber is a different interface. Cat 6 will meet your needs just fine. Okay. Fiber runs into a router. Okay. It plugs into a switch on both sides. Oh, okay. Yeah, Papa Bear, the garage is detached. So, once again, fellas, I changed some details while the house was listed on the market. I changed a bunch of details about the house. I changed the details about what the house looked like, what color it was, where it was. I changed a bunch of stuff. Like, I changed a bunch of details, but it was good enough to get the point across. The reason why I did that is because I didn't want people finding the listing and figuring out where I live. Okay, Sparrow. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, keep in mind, fellas, because I have a mortgage now that I'm on a little bit of a budget. Yep. Or undercutting your offer. Yeah. Sean, I didn't want anybody to know it. I wanted to protect the sellers. I didn't want anything in their head. Now that the house is pretty much ours, it's August 1st is when my first mortgage payment hits. That's going to be fun. And we get the keys. Then. You can't lie to it. Yeah, right? Yeah, so yeah, I changed a bunch of details, Big Papa. I said the garage was attached. I said it, had heating and stuff like that. Yeah, just to be 100% sure. How much a month? It's not any of your business, dude. I don't like talking about that stuff on stream, Yuri. I don't discuss personal finances here. Except ways to do it. The numbers for me, no, I'm not. Gift my vans! Thanks, man. So, Pop Bear, the house hype. Thanks, Brent. The garage is about 150. No, not 150. It's 100 feet behind the house. It's somewhere between 100 and 150. I'd say closer to 100 than anything. I'll show you'll see it, guys. You'll see it. But yeah, I said the garage was attached. It's not attached. It's actually behind the house, and the driveway. I forgot to mention this detail. The driveway goes from the front of the lot to the back of the lot. I have like a 400-foot driveway. No, maybe not 400 feet. About a 300-foot driveway. Yeah. So, yeah, the garage is burnouts. It's gravel, Bandit. It's gravel. Brand, that's exactly what I'm saying. 20 to 40 car parking lot. Yep. They're only going to put one drop in for the install fee, so garage or house, pick one. Want a second one that's going to be a cost? Yeah, Buck, that's what I'm thinking. We'll put it in the house and then we'll run it up there. It's better. Gotta love rural living, am I right? Oh, Dave, it's freaking money. I love it already. Plow stream this winter. I did want to put four-wheel drive on the 97. Well, now you have a runway for your inevitable model plane addiction. You're in Texas, right? Will you get snow? I'm not in Texas. I live in Massachusetts, Snatch. But I live in Massachusetts. That's another detail that I switched up. I live in Massachusetts, and I told everybody I was moving to central Massachusetts. I ain't moving to central Massachusetts. Cape Cod, baby. Yeah, so I live near the ocean. Doesn't snow. But we are far enough inland from the ocean where we don't get the salty air either, so it doesn't rust the cars. Yep. So, if I couldn't move to Cape Canaveral, Cape Cod's fine. That's halfway there. It's a Cape. It's Cape's in the name. It's just the wrong Cape. But Martha's Vineyard, Martha's Vineyard is not good. Yeah, no, I'm on the mainland. How the heck did you manage that? I found the right deal, dude. Actually, it's more. It's got Cape C. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So, I'm out of the city, dudes. We out. Jaws, indeed. How close are your neighbors? Brimo, what would you say? About 150 feet, left, right. Nothing is behind the house. There's woods. Nice. There's woods, and it's not a lot of woods. I'd say probably about a quarter mile, and then there's another street. There's like a quarter mile of woods between my backyard and somebody else's backyard. Is there still an airport to learn how to fly, though? There is. I wasn't lying about that. And when I said I'll take the boat to go on a lake, that wasn't a lie either. The thing is, Cyborg, that the lake is not a lake. Well, it kind of is. It's just big, and it takes up like 77% of this planet, because it's the ocean. Trees left and right? Yep. Yeah, I know, Hellfish, right? Yep. Do you own any of the woods? No, Ian. See my last. Yeah, I saw the breaking. Yeah, it's the B4, isn't it? Let me see. Yep. Oh. Yeah, Jimmy, we lucked out with this one, man. A lake between here and Europe. Will there be cats? There will be pets. I don't know about cats, though, but... Yeah, Ernak. Yeah, we're doing all right. It's quiet. Very quiet. Quiet town. I'm not going to say where. It's just somewhere near the Cape. Yep. Or, no, not near. On the Cape. Well, yeah, I guess you could call it Cape. It's fine. Was there an engine test today in Utah? I saw some clouds. There may have been, Fistus, yeah. Also, I just need to look at this for research. Oh, okay. Yeah, that doesn't suck. Hands. The cable management, though. Stofar, savage. Watch out for great whites. I hear they like the seals on the Cape. Yep. Far Harbor vibes, yep. Yeah, so... Yep. It's pretty cool, man. Oh my god! Yeah, I know. I was kind of... Weird thing with this Kraken drive is that the wheels will break at completely random times. I have great timing, I see. Yeah, Thomas, not bad. How wide are the streets? Would a full rig fit down it or not? Asking for reasons. You could fit a big rig in the driveway. Ernak, I'm not 100% sure, but I'll tell you this. We were there for the final walkthrough today, right? We were there for the final walkthrough, and the sellers had a dumpster come in, and a truck, you know, with the arm that goes like this off the back to let the dumpster down, like what the Hemet has when we made it on the K200 in Kerbal. Like one of those kind of retractor arms that do this, like they grab it and they pick it up. One of those got in there just fine, so that's basically a semi-truck. It's pretty much a semi-truck. So the douche should fit in just fine. I mean, Actually, Obsure, I was looking at GovPlanet because I hate myself. And then I realized I can't. I used to be able to afford this and then mortgage payment. Now I really can't. But, yeah, LMTVs are really inexpensive. That's all I'm saying. An LMTV could fit down there. Yep. So Falcon 9 launch from the backyard. Yeah. Get it. Pets are on the menu, Victory, just not right now. We have, guys, like, we have no money. And I'm not asking for cash either. We just have no money. Here, let me run this ad, though. You fellas, I might need to start running ads just to recoup some cash. Like, I really don't like that. But also, hopefully the car content is pretty dope. If you guys haven't seen the garage, now keep in mind the sellers had a bunch of their stuff in the garage because they kind of put it all in the garage to clean out the house for the walkthrough, and they had to clean it all out. Right, and they were gonna have the garage ready by today, but their shipping container that they're putting it all in because they're moving a really long way away. And I'm not gonna say why. I know why, but I'm not gonna say why. Maybe sometime I'll tell you guys when the time is right. But long story short, they're moving a good ways away, so they needed a shipping container. Shipping container got delayed because, of course, why wouldn't it? So. Here, check it out. So all the stuff is in the garage, but look. I'm closer to Wallops. A little bit further east, though, banded up. Further south, but also further east. Here, check it out. This is the garage, dudes. Admiral! Thanks, buddy. You didn't need to do that, dude. Thanks for the 5 subs. I may not have cash right now. Guys, but I fully intend to earn my keep, just like I did to get it where I am now. It's just close that chapter, new chapter open, difficulty level goes up, whatever. When has that ever stopped me before? Life is just a huge freaking RPG. I remember in high school they were like, life is not a video game, and I'm like, what about an RPG? They're like, what's that? I'm like, yeah, that's what I thought. And they're like, go to the principal's office, EJ. We know there's a dirty joke in there somewhere. I'm like, there isn't, but all right. And they're like, yes, there is. Principal now. That actually happened once. Yep, not making that up. Go ahead, Addis. We're here to support you. No, it's good. Ford, I'm telling you, I fully intend to earn my keep. The difficulty level just got higher. But if the difficulty level gets higher, just like in mission mode, more difficult, the better the freaking payout. That's the freaking garage. Look at that. Look at the door. The door for scale. This garage is freaking huge.
Discovery,
Let go. 5 subs. Closer to Springfield. No, Victory. I've been telling people, fellas, like, and I don't mean to be dishonest. I changed a lot of details about the house in my story. Fellas, I changed a ton of details because I didn't want people seeing the listing. Now that's closed. It's a done deal. Yeah, so I'm not too incredibly worried about it. But I didn't want people seeing the listing, especially before we closed on the house. So I changed a ton of details about it. Yeah, Vanguard. Yep. Well, I don't have to pay rent anymore. Yeah. Well, hey, Luizo, at least I'm paying my own mortgage now instead of somebody else's. Yep. If you get an LMTV, let me know. I'll come and help you work on it. I'll be starting the Dudes Repair streams again at some point. Dude, I'm sure I'm in. You will be the first guy on my list to call. I'm dead serious about that, too. Live is a video game, and I freaked up my build. Yeah, I don't think I spec'd my character right. Can it fit 2 lifts? Yes, Chuck. Yes, it can. I can fit two posts side by side and have, I don't know, maybe about this much on either side of the lift. About 4 or 5 feet on either side if I put two posts, like, right next to each other. Change the details for the Route 154 trip, too. Are you going to propose to chat at the end of this? Yes, chat. Will you sub to me? Fellas, once again, I don't like being dishonest. I really don't. It really bothers me. It irked me for a long time, and it still kind of does, but, no! Unsubs! Kazlo said yes. Thank you. I like Idea Mavan's idea. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle
You can
up.
go to the shore and watch Wallop Starlink CRS missions over the ocean. Ian, that is absolutely 100% right. I absolutely can. Admiral, didn't have to, wanted to.
Discovery, go at
I'm
throttle up.
finally financially stable and I want to support your content. Thanks, man. Freaking Cosmic said yes. Tessa did too. Oh, great. Now I have to live with you.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Foo-Face, 13. Maybe if you run fiber. Woody,
Discovery, go at
70
throttle
month resub. Stand by ducks. I will. Just for you. Yes, you will. Oh, excellent. How's the truck? Truck is fine. Can I beatbox at the wedding? Sure.
up. Discovery, go at throttle up.
Thank you for all the subs, dudes. I really appreciate it. But yeah, once again, I intend to earn my keep. Infinite Tape gifted out 5 subs.
Go
And
and
Rocket
drop
Man gifted 15. Thank you. Yeah, so exactly, Victory. I didn't want people seeing it, so a couple of details that I changed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm not moving west. Southeast. This house is on it's on the Cape for the most part. Like
Discovery, go at
I
throttle up.
won't get more detailed than that. That should be pretty. That's specific enough. It's Cape Cod, man. Yeah. You know, if I couldn't move to Cape Canaveral, I'll move to Cape Cod.
Discovery,
That's fine.
Go at throttle up.
I'm fine with that. It's near the ocean. It does not snow very much down there, which is dope. That's really awesome.
Discovery,
It's a little
go
bit
at
further
throttle
than
up.
45 minutes away. And the garage is detached. It's about 100 feet behind the house. Those are the big details that I changed. Vec, 58, and Jama with a 25. Thanks, man. It's raining subs. Yep. Can you tell the old owners, can you tell that the old owners are going overseas or staying in the USA?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, they're... All I'm going to say, W, is that it's enough to warrant a shipping container. But keep in mind,
Discovery,
a
go at
shipping
throttle up.
container could be moving to Alaska. That might as well, like literally it would be further away than moving to Belgium from where I'm at. So keep that in mind. That's all I'm going to say. Further away from the city, so no light pollution. That's correct, Dave. Yep. So we're able to go see launches. Louiso, yeah, I should be able to go, like what Ian just said. I didn't even think of that. I could go to the beach and watch the rocket go by. Yeah, sure. Most rockets that go to the ISS fly past Cape Cod, like right past it. Did I see this? What's this? A big rig with an F-117 attached to it. Huh. Interesting. Where was that spotted, Stealthy? Don't curse Belgium and I live in the Netherlands. I didn't say you lived in Belgium. Just picked a country. Hank, give the sub to Franco.
Discovery,
Thank you.
go at throttle up.
The new owners are moving into your bedroom at your folks' house, right? Yep. That's not far enough for a shipping container, but yes. Only fair to join in. Good luck with the new gaff. Thanks, Pins. I appreciate it, man. See your knocks last. Chat's going insane. Hey, I just want to quickly say you're one of the best streamers. Thanks, Meister. Thank you. Oh, it's about to get better, guys. I told you I'm planning a big content push. Yeah. Once we get settled in the move. Hope you enjoy shopping at Stop and Shop because the Cape Side Market basket isn't that good. Yeah, there's a Stop and Shop pretty dang close. Well, see, now I have to that's the garage, by the way. I have to redefine close because close in the city means it's a 5-minute walk. There's like 4 or 5 Stop and Shops that are within walking distance. Well, maybe not 4 or 5, but you get the idea. I said the Stop and Shop is close to this house, and that's, once again, it's 5 minutes by car, maybe, not by walking. Yeah, 5 minutes by car, maybe. Going nuts. Reposted. Vernock, yeah. When do you move? Monday, Meister.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, Red, that's amazing, dude. Yeah. This is pretty damn rural for Massachusetts. The only place that's more rural is, out in the Berkshires. I'm sure LMTV hype. Yeah, I need to recoup some cash, though. Turkey burgers at Stop and Shop are amazing, by the way. I discovered that behind my workplace, there's a Porsche detailer workshop. Nice. In the burbs, 5 minutes by car is very close. We're a little bit outside of the burbs at this point, Blue, but yeah. Bam! New house hype. Thank you. So you don't have to dig. Bram's idea. When will Ernok get a car hauler to haul EJ's cars? Oh, jeez. Meister, Monday you might have a job interview on Monday. Cool. Are you going to get a boat? That would be a fun project to wrench on stream, Spaceman. Just saying. Oh, yeah, Jen, that's the other thing. There's no traffic. There might be a little bit of traffic at the end of the summer because everybody leaves the Cape and, you know, by Labor Day, but yeah. There's really no traffic. It's pretty damn rural. How big of a boat? I don't know. Break out another 1,000, are you sure? If I want to pay less taxes, Blue, yes, I'm very sure. Write it off, dude. Any interest in doing some solid rocket motors or small liquid engines? Livid, I fully intend to build high-powered rockets along with wrenching on the cars in here. Yeah. The internet speeds are decent. There's fiber, Woody. Yep. It's the same ISP that we have now. Username Fios is down there on the Cape. I don't know how or why, but they are. Most boat owners, the happiest days are buying and selling the boat craze. Yeah, I know, man, I know. I have wood in the wedge shape of a boat. Well, that's good too, Vin. I'm sure that's useful for something. Yeah, Bryn, there's, like I said, not a lot of traffic. Pretty quiet town. Town's a little bit off the beaten path, like it's off the main road good ways, so my dad bought a real cheap fishing boat. Within 1 week, he's got to rewire the console. Nice. So yeah, fellas. Oh yeah, here's the garage. This is my new office. You're seeing it right there. Actually, there's an asterisk to that because I really haven't decided. But I couldn't. The sellers had all their stuff in there. They put everything in there because shipping container. They're gonna put it all in a shipping container. It'll be gone by Monday. But so I kind of took some pictures of the ceiling, I guess. It's only rocket science. Thanks. Racing lawnmower fund. Word. So there's the door for scale. Minimum Infinity. Thanks for the great content. Congrats on the house. Thanks, man. Thank you. There is an attached, like, kind of office, or there's an attached room that's a little bit bigger than my current streaming room right here. It goes from here over to here. And believe it or not, guys, I suppose I could tell you now. So there's a whole addition to the back right here, and the whole addition goes right here, and it's good. It's a nice addition. The guy that lives here built the addition, and he helped build the building, which is actually pretty freaking cool. There's a wall right here, and the room is, I don't know, 12 by 12 or something. So there's a whole back piece through that wall. The building is extended off the back, right? And in here there's a nice room. The guy was using it for storage, but it has some kind of ghetto foam insulation. It doesn't have this insulation. That stuff's really nice. This is heavy industrial stuff. But on the other side, there's a little mini garage on the back, and it's a little lawnmower cubby for the ride-on mower, which I bought. Yep. Yeah. Rockets were built in less, to be honest. Yep. Is it spray and foam? No, Facha. It's industrial insulation. Are you going to trailer other autos down there? Yeah, Spaceman. I agree, Cerebral. Yeah, this thing is nice. It's Cub Cadet. Brand new. They bought it in 2020, guys. It's brand new. I'll show you it. This place is like perfect. And you can even build a loft thing above those shelves if you need more space. I was talking with the sellers today, Ian. That's exactly what they wanted to do. Guy wanted to put his office up here or his office in there. He wanted to build a little bit of a loft on the back end there. Yeah, that's exactly. It's funny you mentioned that. You can kind of tell they wanted to put there. They want to put it there. And once again, it's 20-foot ceiling. So if this ceiling is, it's 20 foot it's 20 foot right here. So that's like the door, I forget it. The door is like an 8-foot door, so if you go up 10 right here, you still have an 8-foot ceiling. You build a loft up there. Now you can play the guitar drum set without upsetting your neighbors. Louiso, I don't know what this insulation is, but whatever it is sound deadening. The acoustics in this garage are insane. It's all on the roof. The insulation is thicker on the roof. It's all to code. I pulled the permits on this, guys, with the town. I pulled the permits. It's all legit. It's all legit, up to code. It was built in 2020. I built it in 2020. It's brand new. It's freaking brand new. A loft would be perfect for storing yard tools or seasonal decoration. Well, people were talking about like mounting cameras up here. How about we mount cameras on the loft and look down at the shop? That'd be pretty cool. I don't know. I kind of like this, but yeah, once again, fellas, the building goes back. It goes back probably through that door. It goes back probably another 12, 13 feet, something like that. I'll measure it for you guys. There's a room back there, and then there's a wall in the center. There's a room back here, and then there's a cubby hole for the freaking lawnmower. That's around, dude, it's an industrial building. It does not have air conditioning. It does not have heating. That's a detail that I changed. It is heavily insulated, though. I mean, the computers will heat this place. Look at the insulation. The computers will heat that up. Just take time. As long as dude, the roof's got super thick insulation. Damn, roof insulation, you thick! I mean, it is thick boy insulation up there because it's designed to keep all the heating because it's a brand new construction. Brand new construction, you need to have thick insulation up in the roof so the heat stays inside. This is Stationeer stuff now. It could be SIPs. It's corrugated on the outside, Vec. So you need a mini split running on 20 amps, which is doable. Alright. Solar boiler, yeah, right. So, yeah, the computer should have no problem heating this up. I mean, they heated up, this room is, I don't know. This room is maybe like an eighth of that space in terms of volume. Actually, yeah, maybe, yeah. And they had no problem heating this place up, so I don't see why we couldn't heat this fricker up. You know, put the computers. If I put my office like right there in the corner, we put the streaming desk in the corner, hang a green screen on the back wall, and then I could just turn the cameras around if we want to mess with the cards. You know, that'll work. Or I could put it in here and just be like, okay, auto stream time, go through the door, and boom, set up a computer right here and cameras. You can use solar water heaters and make some passive heating systems. Louisa, don't worry. I fully plan on playing Stationeers in here. Don't worry. Yeah. Playing Stationeers is fun. Doing it in real life is even more fun. Yep. Any solar. No solar. We could fix that though, Ford. But yeah. That's the garage. She's a biggin', man. It's a big building. It's all galvanized steel. This is nice. It's really nice. Really nice construction. What kind of computer you got? They're both custom made, Cerebral. My 37 can use like 400 watts and it's like a hairdryer. Yep. I mean, Ian, we walked into that garage today. No AC in there. And it was hot out today. It was 95 again. We walked into that garage. It was easily with no climate control and like the garage door open, you could feel it was easily 10-15 degrees cooler inside of the garage just because of the insulation. Yeah, see, Kraken, I told you I own a high bay. Yeah, Vanguard, I think we're all right. Yeah, Ace, you're the second person that said your 3090 would heat this up. Yeah, I am worried, dudes. A mini split is a heater and AC system for garages. Oh, okay, Dave. All right. Okay. All right. Cool. Hey, Dave, if I want to get like 200 amp 3-phase out there, you want to come up here? I can cook. I make good food. Just saying. It does look like the early Kerbal hanger. Oh my god, it kind of does, dude. Like here, check it out, dude. Look at the garage door. The garage door still has the stickers on it. That's how new all this stuff is. It is like brand spanking new. And once again, our typical garage door in the States here is like from these hooks to about there. This, you could drive a freaking deuce and a half through this door, no problem. Like that, it's freaking huge. I could put the Coronet and the 59 like next to each other in the garage and have plenty of space. You need a hanger flag. Stars and Stripes, Bill? Oh, I already bought that. Don't worry. Yeah. Yep. We have a guest room. Yeah, there you go. So, yeah, that's what's going on, dudes. I'll show you, maybe we'll show you the rest of the house in good time, but right now, you guys can see the garage. You gonna put a streaming rig in there, Dipstick? That's my office. That's my new office, dude. I installed a Mr. Cool DIY mini split in my basement on a 20 amp circuit. They're nice. Soft start on the compressor, so they'll run off batteries if the power cuts out. Oh, yeah. Cool. Yep. Sounds like you need a deuce, then. I can't afford one, Cyborg, yeah. You would, Dave? You have to pay the power company to hook up three-phase service. Just got to scrape the money. Yeah. Cool. You got a flag? What material and size? It's an American flag that's made out of some type of cloth, and it's typical American flag size. You need a NASA flag in there? Oh, don't worry. I have some flags. I'm not going to tell you what I got, though. I got flags. I got some ideas. Don't worry. Oh, don't worry. We can find a way to get pics of one in there. Yeah, right. Do you need a bay in the garage that you set up with a rig and don't touch for 60 years? Really? Oh, yeah, Dave. Yeah, really give it that VAB feel. Ugh. SpaceX flag? Is there a typical American flag size? I think it's 4 feet by 6 feet. I think. But yeah, once again, there's a pile of the seller's stuff in there because their shipping container that they needed for moving, because they're moving a good ways away, didn't come. It's a couple of days late. Do not come. It's a couple of days late, so it was full of stuff. But yeah, guys, if you could see them right here, there's workbenches on this wall and that wall, and then there's shelving on the back wall. And there's actually even a fridge over there on the other side. I'll show you. You could just see the top of the fridge right here. You could put 6 packs of soda in there. And you're keeping that? The workbenches? Hell yes, I'm keeping the workbenches. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. The back shelving, I don't know, maybe. Pumpkin beer fridge. Indeed, Bran. Yep, or root beer. Anything you want to keep cool. Yeah, Maz. Space beer. Yep. It'll be handy for getting settled at least. Yeah, I have a lot. Weather guy, my parents, you know what I realized? My parents' garage is stuffed full to the brim with car parts. Like tires, rims, Crown Vic independent front suspensions. The 59's in there. Coronet. Coronet isn't in the garage, it's outside. And it's rusting. I looked at it today. Yeah. The winter was not too kind to it, which kind of sucks. But I did have it covered. But don't worry, we can store it inside now, and your boy can do all the metal work on stream. Which is what I'm going to do. Yeah, dude, that garage is jam-packed. There's a lot of stuff in there. I have my entire toolbox. I have the whole auto streaming rig in there. Like, yeah, I have boxes of like wiring and gauges for the 59, parts for the 59 left and right, headers, exhaust manifold, starter motors. Yeah, I have to move twice. I'm moving twice. Yeah. That's why next week it's all space news. It's going to be space news only. And there might be a couple of days that end up like this where I don't get on until 8 at night. And once again, I apologize. The Euro viewers really get shafted, but I guarantee you, I will make it worth your while with streaming content. Your parents are not going to know what to do with all the extra space. Oh, Bran, they were giving me crap today when I was over there messing with the 97 with wipers today. All right, Nick Cade, see you, buddy. They were giving me crap, and they were like, "Oh, we're gonna have so much space, blah blah blah." And I was like, "You know what? I'm not gonna take this no more. I'm not gonna take this no more because you can't kick me out. My cars are gonna be gone." So I decided to give him crap. I'm like, "You know what's funny? You're gonna fill up the garage with crap, and it's just gonna get ruined again without my stuff, and then you can't blame me for the 10 years that my truck was in there." That pissed my mom off. She was like, I'm like, "Oh, okay." I should send you a picture of your dad's garage this time. Picture your parents' garage, but 40 by 40 with a loft and an extension. Jeez. Yeah, I got the "you mother fricker" from my mom. I'm like, that was not good. That was not good. She was mad about that. Yeah, Shadow Man. I don't know, man. I've been trying to keep my cool about this, but the reality of the situation is that I am super freaking excited, man. Having my own shop and having my own place to work on my cars has been that's like low-key normie bucket list thing. You know, having my own garage, own place to wrench, you know, that's low-key normie goals, but and it is a normie goal, but I'm really proud. I ticked off one of my goals, dude. Yeah. There's an Electron launch on the 2nd at 5 GM. Yeah, I know. I'll be here for it. Next week is Space News and rocket launches. I will cover rocket launches because there's Sibir 6, there's a Starlink launch, there's an Electron launch. I'll be here for the launches, guys. Don't worry. And then the week after that, it's probably only going to be rocket launches because I'll be moving. Yeah. Closer to you're closer to my neck of the woods, kinda. Maybe we could hang out. Might have to meet up at Seekonk Speedway, Vanguard. Yeah, weather guy. I'm not gonna lie. Shadow Man ain't wrong. I'm pretty freaking proud of this, dude. And you know what? You know what's great, guys? Because you know the chances of winning are extremely low. So I'll just say it again. I'm winning Mega Millions soon, so it doesn't matter. I'm gonna win Mega Millions, and then I'll buy the entire city block. I don't care. It's not really a city block, but yeah, gotta get out of that city mentality. Maybe I'll use that Mega Millions winnings to rent High Bay 2. Hey NASA, I just won the lottery. I want the High Bay. What do you want to do with it? Party? Country Mile, yeah, indeed. I got my grandmother's 5x8 foot flag from Annan. Cool. Build Epcot in real life. I think the Mega Millions pot, and I did buy plays. I bought 10 plays on Mega Millions. The pot is over $1 billion. Yeah, I think if you take the lump sum, it's like $750 million straight cash. Hey NASA, can I have Fire Ring 3 to have as a killer gaming room? Ian, no. We start a company. We call it Apollo. We call it Apollo Incorporated. I have the blueprints to the mobile launcher, man. We'll just build that. Mobile launchers don't cost $1.5 billion, man. If the stack costs $400 million, if a shuttle stack costs $400 million, mobile launcher ain't cost $4.5 billion. So Ian, you know what we do? We start Apollo Incorporated and we build a freaking Saturn V and we roll it out of High Bay 2 and launch it from 39B. I think with $750 million, I could probably get that project kicked off. Yeah. And we do it as a gigantic frick you. Gigantic frick you. That would be so disrespectful. What do you mean? Buy the MLP and just build the LUT on top. Much cheaper. Oh yeah, that's already a thing. That's right. We just buy one of the mobile launcher platforms, convert it right back to original spec. Oh my god, dude, you think that would piss so many people off? Is that after tax to the state? That's right, W. Yeah. Yeah. That would be pretty funny. Everyone says you can't rebuild the Saturn V now. Oh, yeah? Watch me. Pin a middle finger across the rocket saying, frick you. That would be so good, man. It'd be freaking amazing. Oh, my God. That would make me so happy. I don't know what the hell we do with the Saturn V, but we'll figure it out, man. It's a Saturn V. $40,000 a year, and you'll do the labor. I think I could hook that up. $750 million. Yeah, exactly, Ian. We'll start it. We'll pitch Skylab. And if we're pitching Skylab, you know what that means. That means milk stool. Damn. Call it my boat. Yeah, my boat. Mega Millions mean that you can have your house in Boston, get one in Detroit, one down in Florida, and still afford to buy a plane to fly between the houses. Yeah, and then still have like $700 million left over, Sniper. Yeah, I know. Mixed Stool Fan Club. Average Apollo Appreciator. Milk Stool. No, Average Apollo Fan. Milk Stool Fan Appreciator. Skylab 2 with an SLS fuel tank wet workshop. No, Brand, we'd just build a Saturn V. We'd build the Saturn V. Yeah, just build it. Just build it. You're gonna build it? Fine. Well, looks like you got some room next to Roberts Road. We'll just build it there. Build the S1C and the S2 right there. Yeah. You think $750 million would be a good kickstart to that project? That's definitely not enough. I know that's not enough. It's definitely not enough. But also, you think we could get people on board? We could get the right investment on board. That'd be pretty dope. Yeah, make it's fine. I'm gonna be up that time anyway. Starting next week. I gotta switch to normie hours. Can't move in at 2 in the morning. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be on normie hours anyway. So 0600. Why not? I mean, I suppose I could, Katra, but Brimo would probably have something to say about it. You know, $100 million for the facilities at least. All right. Maybe remaking the Saturn V is a little too ambitious. So we'll just bring back Venture Star. Yeah, we'll make an X-33 or Venture Star. So that'll be fine. It'll work. It's good enough. Bring back Saturn 1B. We could start there. Normie hours. Yeah, sounds like commie propaganda. Nice, W. That's good, man. Make the shuttle fly again? Shadow Man, I've run those numbers. The shuttle, if we wanted to bring the shuttle program back, we'd have to start from scratch. We ain't using Discovery, Atlantis, and Endeavor. We do have the MLPs. That's useful. And there's already a high bay that's converted. But we need a fixed service structure, which 39B does not have. So that could get complicated with getting people, into the vehicle. That could be kind of bad. But I've kind of run the numbers. It would cost about $10 billion, I think. And it would probably take 7 to 10 years, somewhere in there, depending on what we could salvage from the original shuttle program. And we ain't salvaging the orbiters. By Buran? No, what the hell am I going to do with that thing? I mean, that would be kind of cool, but no, I'm good. Saturn 1B would be our Falcon 1. I mean, Brandon, if we're going to build Saturn 1B, why not just take the MLV rocket that we're engineering for mission mode, just make that in real life? I think $750 million would be... I think we could hook that up, because, chicks dig dudes with money. Tarkov? What about it, Predominant? I'm not playing Tarkov right now, dude. I'm
Discovery.
toast.
Go and throttle up.
I've driven all over creation today. Care to explain the title? Freaking A, man. Saturn Starship. Nova C8 is our Falcon 9. But Ian, you got to understand, all the SpaceX fanboys would get up our tail about it being expendable. But Ian, I firmly believe that we could probably use modern manufacturing methods on a Saturn V, and because Saturn V is so ridiculously simple compared to a rocket like Starship or SLS with its shuttle engines, we might be able to bring that price down pretty hefty. Bring that price down something fierce. Especially if we make a lot of them, like block buying it. Yep. Bring back J2X. It's a good idea. Yeah, we could launch Skylab and bid for a NASA Cleod contract. I'm telling you, you know what the messed up part is? You guys think I'm kidding. If I hit Mega Millions, I'll do this. Oh, yeah. And the museum stuff that I've been always talking about. Yeah, we'll do that. In the Shadows, space good. Yep. I think Saturn V with a modern tech F1B J2X composites could get like 160 tons to Leo. Can you imagine, Ian? An ISO grid stir welded S1C and S2? That would be pretty useful. Yeah. Oh yeah, also buy the FBI van. Yep. Be still my heart. Yep. And then we give Saturn a carbon composite fairing like it deserved, instead of just a nose cone sitting on top of Skylab. How about you make the first stage using the Starship manufacturing method? Yeah, maybe. So Slackster, care to explain the title? Sure, I will explain the title. So, see this truck? Aluminum lithium S1C. Bingo, Hellfish. Yeah, with an ISO grid friction stir welded, dude. That alone would bring the mass down of an S1C by like 5 or 6 tons. Easily 5 or 6 tons. So this is a 97 F250. This is tough enough. We drove it across the country. Brimo and I proposed to Brimo at the Grand Canyon. It was dope. The wheel fell off in Oklahoma. We fixed it. I've been slowly fixing it back up because it has a very long bed, and a long bed is useful for moving. So I needed to get it up to the point where the state has to inspect it. In Massachusetts, it's called state inspection. You have to get it once a year, and they just make sure that, you know, like your wheel bearings aren't shot, or all your headlights work. The roads are crappy enough. Here, we don't need cars like Florida where they're missing fenders and lights and stuff driving around. I get it. I still think it's dumb, but I get it. So, the windshield wipers. I've been working on all this other stuff. We worked on the bed, dude. I've done so much work on this damn thing. We worked on the bed. That all works. I put the second fuel tank in. We reinstalled the cross member. I don't have the tow hitch on yet, but we can do that. I have to still rewire some stuff with the trailer brakes. Like an MOT, Barrelicious. Yeah, it is an MOT. That's why I know what MOT is, dude. Despite never been in England, we have MOT here. It's not, dude. I will say it ain't as hardcore as like MOT, or if you're in Germany like TUV. It's not that hardcore. Like they just make sure your headlights work and stuff, and make sure that your windshield wipers work, for instance. Did you paint the bed? No. The bed was white when it. Yeah, the bed was white. It came like that. Except it's called the DMV. Yeah. So we in the States, every car has a registration. And then it's really up to the state to have an inspection. Like every state has a registration, and you register, that's when you get your license plates. But some states have stricter rules about being on the road than others. Like California has very strict emissions rules because they don't like smog, because some idiot politician realized that, the smog is, it's terrible for the environment. So they smog the cars and all this other crap, and so there's like super strict emissions laws in California. California also has warning labels on like everything saying, warning, this could cause cancer. Like they have it even on like bananas. No, it's not on bananas. That was just a joke, but you get the idea. Yeah, it's on the most arbitrary things. But anyway, I digress about California. So California has really strict emission laws. Massachusetts has, it's pretty standard inspection. They just make sure your headlights work. They make sure the directionals work. They make sure that your wheel bearings are good. They make sure that the steering works. They make sure that, the horn works. Stuff like that. You got to really make sure the horn works, especially around here. Not banana cancer. Yep. Our annual inspections in Austria are the reason why you couldn't afford to keep an old car. It cost you thousands to keep them up from scratch. Yeah, still far. That's bull crap, dude. Hey, I am now a danger to other drivers and pedestrians, aka I got your license today. Nice, 2020. So, there are stricter states. New York is very strict. They have state inspection. Massachusetts has state inspection. California has state inspection. Then there's states like Michigan, Florida, Texas, where they literally do not give a frick. You can drive a car, you could drive a car with no hood on it. They don't care. In Florida, people, they do not give a frick. They don't care. You could drive a pickup truck around with no bed as long as you had the taillights on it. No one in Florida cares. To register in Florida, it has to have a stock coolant reservoir and it's road legal. There you go. When I lived in Florida, I saw cars driving around with no quarter panels, no doors, and they weren't Jeeps. It's not like Honda Civics driving around with no doors. No mirrors, no nothing. Saw cars driving around with no lights. There's just nothing. Yeah, most of the, I would like to have seen Montana. Most of the states in the center of the U.S., they don't care. They really don't give a frick. But states that are out on the coast where there's a lot more people, they do have it. So I have to do it. So that leads me to today's story. So we did the house inspection. Everything is good. And the last thing I need to do is register the truck. And I remembered that the windshield wipers don't work. Well, didn't work. Did get them fixed. Spoiler alert. I realize actually the funny story to that is that they do work. They work all the time. Even if you turn them off on the dashboard, they still run. Yeah. That's weird. Okay. So, we were coming back. We got out of the house tour. The house tour was in the morning. So, like I said, it's a little far away. So, it took a little while to drive down there. So, I don't know. We were back here in Newton probably 1 o'clock, something like that. So, I was like, oh, I got some time. I got to fix the windshield wipers because I can't get the truck inspected because it won't pass inspection. Now, with our inspection in Massachusetts, you have emissions, which the truck is exempt from emissions because it's old. They don't care if it's an old car. They really don't. So, there's emissions inspection, and then there's safety inspection. They're all like just different data points in the whole thing, right? So, if you fail emissions, you get a rejection sticker, and then you have 60 days to fix it. If you fail the safety, so like your headlights don't work, they will fail the car immediately. And if someone sees you driving around with a rejection sticker, with the exception of like it just getting put on your car, you will get pulled over. You will get pulled over and you go to jail. It's a big red sticker that says R on it. Police would love to pull you over. They'd love to have a chit chat about your safety rejection sticker. And because the house is far away and I want to use the 97 to move, right? Now we're screwing with the state police. Now, I don't know where you are. We have local police for the county, right? And then the towns. And then there's the state cops. Don't screw around with Massachusetts state police. They are crazy. In a good way. They're good kind of crazy, but don't do that. Yeah, if you live in Massachusetts, then you get it. You understand what I'm talking about. But yeah, don't screw with the state cops. Bad idea. State police do not screw around. Yeah. So I'm sure one of them would have loved to have seen this multicolored truck driving down the road with a big R on the windshield. So my windshield wipers are part of the windshield wipers are part of the safety inspection. And now, don't get me wrong. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure if the windshield wiper staying on all the time will fail a safety inspection. I'm not sure. But I don't want to risk it and get that big R get put on the truck. That would be very bad. I'm not going to risk it. So we were coming back from the house inspection probably about 1 o'clock this afternoon. 2 o'clock. I don't know, somewhere around there. I don't know. I lost track of time. And I'm like, oh, crap. I had that thought. I'm like, oh, no, the windshield wipers. And Bria and I looked it up on, the state website, and they're like, yeah, that's part of the safety inspection. And we're like, frick. Yeah, Stone, yeah, I know what you mean. Rhode Island State Police are chill. Massachusetts, Mass cops are not chill. They have no chill. They will pull you over for whatever. Yeah, like Troop F-16, indicted, tried, and convicted fraud and shakedowns. Yeah, engineer. Actually, the state police just got state police. There's this huge thing about the state police being super freaking corrupt and people racking like 40 hours of overtime every week. Yeah, don't. Yeah, yep. Yeah. Someone committed fraud. Yeah, somewhere. That's whatever. All right. Surely having them always on is extra safe instead. Yeah, Barrelicious. Yeah, I wasn't gonna risk it. I don't need an R sticker. We need the truck to move. I can't afford having a moving van for the entire week. Really, dude, finances are that tight. It's not a good idea. Even if you like, I'm not asking for money. Don't worry, I'm not doing that. This is why I'm telling you this story, because I got the 97 fixed and it will pass. I got to take it to get inspected. The big R just means racing truck. Yep. Yeah, Sawyer. Also, South Carolina State Patrol and Georgia State Patrol. I know, I'm familiar. I've seen their antics firsthand driving down to Florida for college. Oh yeah. They make, especially if you have an out-of-state plate. I never got pulled over, thankfully, but I would always slow down when I was near them and then I would always look at the car. Like, I always do that. Anytime I see somebody pulled over, I always look. I don't care if they look at me. I don't give a frick. Always out of state, especially on 95. So yeah, no, don't screw with those dudes. I know that. Sitherly, thanks for the subs, but anyway, it's just circumstantial to the story. But if I were close, I'd lend you the Tundra. I don't need it. Drive a Tundra. I don't need a Tundra. I got that. It just means it's an F-250R. Yeah. Sitherly, thanks for the 5 subs. Just go faster. Yep. So we got to fix the windshield wipers. So I did some work on the windshield wipers last week. At the time, I know a little bit about wiring trucks. I wired the 59 up, which is cool. Coronet's in the background if you're wondering what the blue car is. I wired up my 59 F100 completely. Like, it wasn't a scratch-built wire harness, but because I wanted a fuse box. But I did wire the whole thing. I did do it on stream. So I know about the wiring. I know enough. It's good enough. So I knew that there's a wiper switch from the 59. Not in the 97, but there would be a wiper switch. In this case, it's on the turning stock on the truck. And there'd be a wiper motor. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? The wiper switch has 6 wires going into it. And the wiper motor has 6 wires going into it. There's a fuse that goes to constant 12. Should be all right. So this is what I did 2 weeks ago. I started screwing around with this. So the windshield wipers are staying on, which means a switch is being bypassed, which means there's a short somewhere. That's what that means, right? The windshield wiper is wired into constant 12, meaning that when you turn the key into the on position, the windshield wiper is always getting a positive. The interesting thing is that when you turn the wiper stock into the off position, it breaks that. But the wiper motor is hot wired, but it breaks the connection. Because on cars, they're using direct current. Cars use DC. Most mechanical equipment does, unless there's a circumstance for alternating current. And what they do is, on every car, the negative terminal on the battery is just bolted to the metal on the car. So if you have a wiper motor and you want it to be hot wired, right? When you turn the key into the on position, it'll connect to the distribution block, which is a starter solenoid. And it will give it power, and then the starter motor is grounded out on the, the starter motor's on isolators. The turn switch will complete the circuit. The multifunction switch will complete the circuit. Or so I thought. There should be a relay also. Yeah, Mutter, there should be a relay also. I have 2 multifunction switches. I picked one up out of a junkyard. I know it works. I tested it with a multimeter. Last week, I tested both multifunction switches, or 2 weeks ago, I think. I tested both the multifunction switches for continuity. They both work. So I knew it wasn't the switch. So today, when we were coming back from the house walkthrough, I was like, okay, it's got to be the wiper motor. I talked to my uncle. He's like, it's got to be the wiper motor. Yep, it's got to be. That's the only other thing. What else could it be? It's got to be a bad ground in the wiper motor. Sometimes they break. I checked the internet. The internet said the same damn thing. Wiper motor. It's got to be the wiper motor. The wiper motor's grounding out somewhere, and it's bypassing the wiper switch. That's right. That is correct. That ended up being the problem, but not for the reason that I thought it was. So, pop the hood, wipers off. Cowl is like 20 screws. There's like 20 screws under the hood, and there's 5 screws up here. You got to take the wipers off. And then there's a retainer plate. There's a drip rail plate to basically make sure that water doesn't go on the wiper motor, because the wiper motor is right here. So I took the cowl off. I took the wipers off. I took the drip plate off. I took the rear hood seal gasket, which is just a rubber. It's just a rubber like thing that attaches to the cowl. I took that all off. Took this whole thing apart. Went down in there. The wiper assembly is in the cowl, and the cowl basically works like a gutter on a house. So all the water that comes off the windshield goes here, and then it drains out underneath the, like basically right here. Like when it rains, it'll drain out the sides of the truck, and it won't just stay there. It's basically a huge rain gutter in there with the wiper assembly floating kind of above the gutter, so the wiper assembly doesn't get rusty. It still does, but that was the idea. So I took that out. I took the washer sprayers out. Took that all out. I don't know. Probably took like... And then I got the wiper motor out. On top of that, I undid it from the wiper swinging mechanism, because basically the wiper motor spins, and when it spins, that reciprocating motion makes the windshield wipers do this, right? So I got the wiper motor out. I'm like, it's got to be a bad ground. I checked the internet. I checked multiple YouTube videos. I checked with my uncle, who really likes old cars. I bought the 59, which is the truck in the garage right here. You can't see that. I bought that. I called him. He's like, replace the wiper motor. So I did. I replaced the wiper motor. But before I put all this stuff back together, before I put the whole thing back together, I know good enough to test electrical. Test the damn electrical before you reassemble the whole thing, because if there's something wrong, you have to take it all apart again. So, put the new wiper motor in. Cowl's still off. I repainted some stuff with the cowl, like the drip rail and everything, and I painted the windshield wipers and stuff, and I mean, the windshield wipers I already painted before, but I don't think I ever told you guys that. The windshield wipers were red. I sanded them down like a month ago and painted them black again so they look right. And then I took the washer knobs, the little washer sprayer nozzles, I took those out and I hit them. They were red, so I hit them with paint stripper, and and then I buffed the plastic on them so they're the right color again. They're dark. They're black again, right? And I had all that stuff. I painted out here, not on the lawn. I put a drop cloth down and I painted everything, and it's really nice and everything's going good. I plugged the new washer motor in, reconnect the battery, turn the ignition to on. I hear the wiper motor moving, and I'm like, oh, that's good. Turn the ignition stock to off, still goes. Turn it to low, still goes. It doesn't. No, there's no intermittent. There's no intermittent. The washer stock has it has the off position, and then there's 5 forms of intermittent. So like intermittent means it's like boop, boop, and it delays and then goes again. And the intermittent doesn't work. The off doesn't work. Low speed works, high speed works. So that's it. I have no off, and then I have low speed and high speed, and that's it. No intermittent, no nothing. So I'm sitting there going, oh dear, what the hell could this be? And by that time, it was like 2 o'clock. So I'm like, oh, I got some time. Let's figure this out. So you could try to sit here and trace wires. There's way too many wires, because newer truck. It's way more wires than the 59, that's for sure. So the wiper motor is hardwired to the battery. It's not hardwired to the battery shot. There is 2 things standing in between. Actually, 1, if you really want to be technical. It's hardwired to the starter solenoid. Yeah. Every car is like that, apparently. I was talking to my uncle about that. I'm like, that makes no sense. Is that just Ford? He goes, no, everyone does that. Although, when you shut the wiper switch off, all that does is break the circuit. And then when you turn it on, it just reconnects the circuit. But there's always hot positive going to the wiper motor. Most things on the car do that, like the radio. The radio does that. The light switches do that. Yeah, most things. It's all connected to the starter solenoid. The starter solenoid is just it's basically an electrical switch. So if it's getting electric from the battery, and then it receives an electrical signal from the key, from the ignition. When you turn, in the ignition has 4 settings. You have ACC, so that's accessory, meaning if you turn that back, the starter solenoid will route power to all the accessories. The starter solenoid on a Ford is a power distribution block. It's controlled by the key, and you can control where you send power. The 59 has one. Ford's had starter solenoids well into the 2000s. It's a good design. It makes the truck really easy to steal, but that's another story. So, when you're in the ACC, the starter solenoid will turn to only power the accessories. And then when you turn it to off, it's obviously in the off position. When you turn it to the on position, so you turn it to the 3rd slot, you have constant 12 going to everything. And then the 4th slot, the starter solenoid will route power to the starter motor. So when you turn it to the starter, it hits the starter motor. When you let it go, it springs back, and then everything is on and the motor is running. 4 settings. 4 settings for the starter solenoid, and guess what? It has 4 posts on it. 4 posts where you connect all the wires. You have your battery positive, and then you have your starter motor out going down to the starter motor, and then you have all the other accessories there, like wiper motors, stuff like that. Everything goes to the fuse box first, but then you get the idea. You get what I'm saying. So, put a new wiper motor in. I know that the multifunction switch, so the wiper switch works. I know that works. I know it's good. It's not junk. It's got good continuity. Tested it with a multimeter. Put the new wiper motor in. Start the truck. Wiper motor turns on, even when the switch is off. So I'm sitting there going, what the absolute frick is going on? What the frick is this doing? I don't get it. That doesn't make any sense. So, I'm sitting there and I'm looking on the forums, and 96 F250 wiper motors won't shut off. That'll get you a bunch of threads on a bunch of Ford truck forums that I lurk on them, but I frequent them a lot because I like reading about trucks. And everyone's like, oh, the wiper motor's junk. Wiper motor's junk. Try the wiper motor. Did you try the wiper motor? Did you check the continuity on the multifunction switch? It's got to be the switch. It's got to be the wiper motor. I had to go digging deep to find a thread where one guy suggested something else. And it was on a 95 F250. Keep in mind, Ford did change the wiring between 95 and 96 on these trucks because they were getting ready to make newer trucks instead of these. So the wiring's a little bit different. I have like a Frankenstein truck. It's got some parts from a 97 on it, some parts from a 96 on it. It's got 250 front suspension and 350 rear suspension. It's a weird truck because it's a 250 HD. So I was like, 95, it might be good enough, right? So I started reading the thread. I get down into the thread. And like I said, if you want to Google 96 F250, wiper motors won't work, you have to go digging for this thread, but you'll find it. Eventually, somebody suggests, is it the wiper regulator? And everybody's like, no, it can't be the wiper regulator. It can't be. Can't be the wiper regulator. Can't be. The fuse. The fuse in there is fine, Snickers. For the wipers. You have to take the fuse out to get them to shut off. So, I was like, wiper regulator? I was unaware that this truck had something like that. And Mutter, it's funny because when I started telling this story, Mutter said that first. You're absolutely right. Now, once again, I usually like bad-mouthing Chevy for bad designs, which isn't really a thing. Ford usually has a pretty good design. This is a well-designed truck, except for this. This is really dumb. I don't know why they did this, but whatever. Whatever. All right, so you have your battery. The battery's right here behind the right headlight. Starter solenoid is right there. Wiper motor is right behind basically that wiper post. It's right here, bolted up against the firewall, which is a bulkhead right here that separates the people from the exploding box, right? It's bolted to the firewall, and it actuates the wipers through the drip rail. I told you about that already. From there, it goes into the steering column, through the firewall, into the steering column, into the multifunction switch. And then I kept reading the thread. From there, it goes out underneath the dash, all the way over underneath the passenger side A-pillar to get to a little box that's about this big, maybe the size of a jewelry box, that is a wiper delay module. And I'm like, why is it all the way over there? I did, Sawyer. I used the one, yeah. Yeah, I used that. Yep. It's all the way over there. So, I read the thread more. Oh, it's behind the glove box. All right, so I take the glove box out, and I see a freaking huge something or other. I don't know what it is. I'm like, that can't be what I'm looking for. And then I keep looking at the thread again, and they're like, no, that's what the guy in the thread says. Like, wait, I don't see something like what you're describing. I see a big computer or something. Apparently, the ECU is behind the glove box on these trucks. I don't know how that could be, because there's another thing that looks like an ECU over there as well, like in the engine bay, but whatever. So the ECU is over there. It's behind that. It's behind that, the ECU, which bolts in, and it's behind it on a plastic slide tab that you could push in and pull, and you pull the box out. So I take the ECU out. I'm pretty sure that was the ECU. I don't know what the frick it is. It was something electronic, and I don't know what it did, so I just took it off, and I just undid the clip very gently and just put it over there. And then I see this little jewelry box thing, and I'm looking at the wires, and the wires are the same color as the wires going into the multifunction switch. So I'm like, okay, I think that's what they're talking about. So, and then I was like, okay, maybe before I go and mess with the stuff that I don't understand, maybe I should just do a little bit more troubleshooting. Okay, so just to be 100% sure if this is or isn't the problem. So I went into troubleshooting mode. You know, I connected the battery back on. Don't worry, every time I'm screwing with the electrical, I did undo the battery. I'm not an idiot. Please, no, don't do that. Do not work on a car with a live battery, because everything is hot wired and you can electrocute yourself. I know, it's funny, all right? So I went, put the battery back on, and I tested it again just to see, right? Just to see what was going on. So, turn the key on, wipers turn on randomly, even though the ignition switch is off, or the wiper switch is off, right? So I'm like, all right, still making no sense. That's good. Okay. So I'm like, all right, let's be very technical about this just to be absolutely sure, right? So I unplugged the wiper motor. I disconnected the battery, unplugged the wiper motor, reconnected the battery, started it. The wipers obviously don't work, because I popped the hood, went in there, and unplugged the damn motors. Just to be sure. I don't know. Maybe it's grounding out. I don't know. Now I know, though. So I'm like, all right. So I take apart the steering column, get at the multifunction switch, because I put it all back together, because I thought I fixed it, which I didn't with the new wiper motor, so that's good. So I undo the steering column, cowl and everything, and take the dash off, because there's a screw that's hard to get at. So that's nice. Took that all apart. So I'm like, okay, something is clearly bypassing the multifunction switch, but I want to be absolutely sure. So I unplugged the multifunction switch, plugged the wiper motor in, put the battery back on, start the car, windshield wipers turn on with no switch. They turn on with no multifunction switch attached. So I'm like, okay, we definitely have a short somewhere. This is a short. Something is bypassing the switch, so it can't. Something's bypassing the switch, so it can't interrupt the signal. What the hell is doing that? And then I'm like, okay, it's got to be that delay box. It has to be that. It has to be the delay box. Because I literally don't have the switch in there, right? I don't have the switch connected. There's no switch connected to the wire harness. It's just two empty prongs. And the windshield wipers are still going. And I'm like, okay. Probably not a good idea. Probably not a good thing. So I put the switch back on. And sure enough, it didn't make any difference. The windshield wipers just keep going. And I'm like, oh, that's good. So then it hit me. That's when I was like, I think it's that. It's got to be that. It's got to be that. It has to be that delay box. And my dad was there. He popped up for a second. He's like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm like, it's got to be the delay box. And he's like, well, how can the delay box have a short in it? It's grounded. It's on a rubber. It's on like a plastic tab with a rubber isolator, like I told you, behind the ECU. So I'm like, I can't be grounding out on that. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, the forums aren't helping. Google isn't helping. What could this possibly be? Like, what could it be? Why would the delay motor have a short in it? That doesn't make any sense. It's underneath the dash. It's not. Why would it have a short? Unless it wore out or it blew or there was like the truck got struck by lightning or something, or if there was water in there or something. It could be shorting, right? And then it kind of hit me. So I put the multifunction switch back in, and I'm like, I gotta see this again. Obviously, the windshield wipers turn back on, right? Because I flipped the switch on. The multifunction switch is basically not doing anything. The only time it does something is when you go from low speed to high speed. So I have, once again, you have the off, and then you have five intermittent settings, and then you have low speed and high speed. Off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 intermittent, do nothing. And then I turn it from low to high, back and forth, and I hear that delay box clicking, and I'm like, I hear it going, because I have the glove box off, right? I hear it clicking. And I'm like, I mean, that's just the relay in there clicking. It has, like, there's no, it has to be just a relay. It was making the relay click noise. And I'm like, okay, so it's clicking. So the signal's clearly going to that thing. The wiper's going, the wiper wire harness is going from the multifunction switch, which is on the left side of the steering column, all the way to the passenger side A pillar up against the firewall. And I'm like, why would they do that? That's just a waste of wire. But whatever. So I'm like, okay, that's got to be it. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's the delay module. So what's the delay module? What does the wiper regulator delay module do? You ever notice if you shut your windshield wipers on your car, the windshield wipers will keep going for a second and then make sure they stop in the off position? Delay module. And then I went and dug deeper in the forums and learned that the delay module handles the intermittent wipers as well. And I'm like, I have no intermittent, I have no off, and the thing clicks like crazy when we go low to high on the multifunction switch. Okay, I think I figured this out. It's got to be that thing. It's got to be that thing. So now we're like 5 hours into this. It's like 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, like 5 hours ago from right now, right? 6 o'clock, and I'm like, well, I'm going to be late for the stream. I told Drummer, hey, update the title, right? He's like, okay, I'll update the title, right? First it was going to be 4 passed, and then it was going to be 6. We're past 6 now, so Drummer, update the title to 8 o'clock, right? So, all right. I was like, okay, it's got to be that. It has to be that. So I call my uncle, right? And I'm like, it's got to be the delay box. He's like, nah, you probably got a bad wiper motor. Like I told you, go change the wiper motor. Stop guessing. And I'm like, I'm not guessing. It's got to be that. It's got to be the delay box. He's like, I don't know what a delay box is. I don't know what to tell you. In a new wiper motor, wire a switch into the fuse box if you're in a hurry. And I'm like, why? Why would I do that? Why not just replace the delay module? He's like, because they're expensive. And I'm like, how expensive? He's like, go look for yourself. I gotta go. Bye. Click. I'm like, okay. Because that's hot rodding. Yeah, Bill, that's what he said to do. So I looked at the price of switches on there. $5. $5 to not bypass the fuse. $5 to put a switch next to the fuse. Fix the problem. Jank fix. But it fixes the problem, right? It's a little jank, and it'll probably pass inspection. And then I go look at the price of the delay modules. They're $200. And I'm like, oh no. All right. Well, okay. The switch is an option if we want to do that. If I can't figure this out, all right. I really don't have a lot of cash, but I also don't want to even run the risk. My uncle was even like, yeah, they might see the wiper switch and be like, no, it depends on who's inspecting your car, because uniformity and anything associated with governments doesn't really work. But I'm not about to lecture you on that. I'm here to talk to you about windshield wipers. So I'm like, okay, let's figure it out for sure. Fix it soon. So, now it's 6 o'clock. getting on almost 6:30, something like that. I get the delay module out. I pull it out. I start the car. Windshield wipers are not. They don't do anything. The wiper switch does nothing. And I'm like, boom, found the short. But these are expensive. I found the short. So what did I do? I took the frickin' thing apart. I took the frickin' thing apart. Like I said, about the size of a jewelry box, and then I quickly realized why this is so expensive. I took it apart, and I started messing with the multimeter. Looking for continuity, looking for shorts, looking for anything. Everything here looked fine, except for that. Water damage. I ain't about to spend $200 on one of these things if I can help it. It might just be dust. I could probably just get in there with a Q-tip and clean it with some rubbing alcohol, right? And get it good. Water damage. I was kind of like ignoring it, hoping that it's something else. Water damage. It's just a little bit, but it's right there. It's enough to short that connection, whatever that connection is. Oh, that connection is to that transistor right there. No, it can't be. It's to that resistor and it's to a capacitor. There's a resistor right there and a capacitor. It's those two, and then there's another resistor, and then there's a transistor right there, right? So, where's the EEPROM? The EEPROM is over there. At least I think that's what that thing is called, right? And then there's 3 right next to each other, so that's got to be 1, 2, and 3, which means that the transistor, the 3 inlets for the transistor, or the 3 connections for the transistor are right there. So that capacitor, whatever that capacitor and that resistor are plugged into, I didn't bother tracing it. It's super freaking late. And I'll just give this thing a nice quick clean. You could see I had already cleaned some of it at this point. That's what it looked like, and that's what after I hit it with some rubbing alcohol and let it evaporate. Yeah, that PCB is junk. Yeah, it's junk. I kind of gave it some wishful thinking. But it's junk. It's shorted. It's rust. It's like rust. The solder is rusted, and I didn't the chip delaminated, or not the chip, the PCB delaminated, so I'm like, okay. That controls the delay more than likely. The capacitor and the resistor, yeah, probably. And they're connected to, more or less to that transistor right next to them. Yeah, that sounds, yeah, probably. So, I looked into it with the Haynes manual, I looked into it a little bit. You have 3 relays right here, 3 relays. So, intermittent, high speed, low speed. These relays were the things that were clicking on and off. I think that's how that works, but I'm not 100% sure. The wire manual in the Haynes wasn't 100% accurate, so I traced a little bit, but I cleaned the whole thing up. It was full of dirt and crap and all this other. So I cleaned it up, put it back in the truck. I made sure it was clean. Don't worry. Like, we made sure this thing was like perfect. Like, it looked brand new when I was done with it. And that's when I sent you guys these pictures to tell you what I was doing. Put it back in the truck. Doesn't work. It doesn't work. So I'm like 90% sure it's that wiper thing. I'm 90% sure it's the wiper delay. It's got to be shorted. It has to be, right? Do you have the module at hand? Can you look on the number on the IC? It's out in the truck. So excuse me. So I'm starting to get tired, man. It's been a long day. Looks like it's all through the hole, no surface mounted parts. You could literally replace that PCB yourself for a fraction of the cost of a new one. I understand that. Azangu, I cleaned up the PV. I blanked on what that was called for a second. I cleaned it all up. I put it back in. And then I was like, all right, I'm going to the store to buy a switch. I'll just hotwire it, whatever. I know what I'm doing when it comes to that. Once again, wired the 59. I know. And I could do it. Long story short, I could do it. So I go to buy a switch, and I notice that they have one. And I'm like, you know what? You know what, dude? I just want this fixed. I don't want a jerry-rigged thing. I spent so much time getting this stupid wire harness de-hot wired, Hazanku. I spent so much freaking time getting the key to work again. Dude, this thing you needed to start with the trailer brakes during Route 154. I hot wired it through the trailer brakes to get it to work correctly. Yeah, I hot wired it through the trailer brakes with a starter button and used the trailer brakes as a kill switch. Don't ask me, dude, like, yeah, no, it was jank. I spent a good amount of time getting the wire harness back to more or less stock by raiding junkyard trucks. Not stealing, paying for the parts, but the truck works, the key works, everything else freaking works, and everything was de-hot wired. Everything is de-hot wired. If you went and look underneath the dash of this thing, it's very clean. Everything looks stock. I even got the little push pin things to hold the wire harness in the right place. I got all the zip ties out of there that were being used. The only thing I didn't wire back up is the trailer brakes because they're a little jank. I have to go and figure that one out. That's the only thing underneath there that looks jank. Everything else, I even hooked the buzzer back up. You know, I got the key working. I got the key actuator working. I remounted the ignition box. The ignition box worked. And I'm sitting there. I'm like, dude, I don't want to worry about this. I want to be absolutely sure it'll pass freaking inspection. And I don't want to run the risk with the stupid jank switch. And, like, it's kind of a slap in the face to all the other work I did. Dude, I'm telling you guys, you should see the interior. The interior looks money. I'll take a picture of you soon. Picture of it for you soon. I'll take a picture of you too. That's not weird at all. Nice misspeak, EJ. Great, good. See, starting to get tired. Dude, I didn't want to screw up all that. I really didn't want to do it, and I wanted it to be sure that it'll get past inspection. It'll get us to where we need to go to the new house. It's a pretty long way away. So, I saw that the parts store that we went to had it, so I bought a switch and I bought the delay module. I bought another one. It was $200. I'm annoyed that it's $200, but I spent so much freaking time over since we drove back last October. I spent so much time fixing this thing. I didn't want to just cut up the harness that I went into a junkyard and got pieces of, dude, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No way. So I bought it. It's $200. I'm annoyed that it's $200. Yes, I probably could have I could have rented a U-Haul for that price, but now I have a truck that's mine that we can haul stuff with. So I bought it, and sure enough, I told myself, look, I'm like 90% sure it's that delay module. We'll go to the auto store, we'll buy the switch, and we'll buy the delay module. So I bought both of them. The switch was like $5. And I already have wire here and a soldering iron that Sawyer he gifted me a really nice butane soldering iron, and I have all the solder, I have everything, I can fix it, it's no problem. So I just bought a switch and I bought the delay module, and if the wipers still went on with the wiper switch off even after I replaced the delay module, all right, screw it. I'll cut up my nice harness. I don't care. Whatever. I'm out of time. That's the nuclear option. But surely enough, plugged it in, worked just fine. Now every accessory in that truck works. Everything works. The lights work, the directionals work, the flashers work, the wipers work. The air conditioner works, but it doesn't blow cold. We'll fix that problem later. That's not pertinent to moving. It's literally, the AC is jank. There's no Freon in the system because there was a leak. And the trailer brakes don't work. I got to wire those, but I'm out of time. So my dad said he'd help me with his truck, and we'd tow the Coronet and the 59 down with his truck. So, cool. Off the hook for the trailer and the trailer hitch and the trailer brakes for now. But don't get me wrong. We are going underneath that truck in about 2 weeks, and I will wire the rest of that up. I have wire, I have solder, we have everything to do it. I'll wire the trailer brakes up. Because, yeah, frick that. Once again, worked way too hard to not have that stuff hooked up. Are you going to watch Money Pit before you move in?
Discovery, go and throttle up.
No. But does it work? You're killing us. Yes, it works. Everything works. Wipers work. It was the delay module. But Here's the thing. Why? Why was it the delay module? Why would that have water damage in it? My first thought in chat, I already told the story at the beginning of the stream, but I'll tell it again. My first thought is the heater core. That happens all the time. There are radiator hoses that go through the firewall into the passenger cabin for your heater. They use heat. They use the warm coolant from the motor to heat the inside of the car. I'm like, oh, that's got to be the heater core. And I'm sitting there going, oh no, the heater core sucks to freaking replace. On most cars, it sucks. Salvage part from a flooded vehicle. What I pulled out, Caveman, was the original part. That part, nobody had touched that in 25 years. Okay? It just went bad. Ford has like 5 different revisions of the part. It's totally possible it just failed on its own. Well, Bill, there's a little bit of a postscript to this. So, thank God it wasn't the heater core, because it's a California truck, and heater in California? Yeah, maybe when it's 60 degrees out. Am I right, Californians? Wimps. Anyway, that was a joke. That was a joke. This truck is actually really nice, to be honest with you. It's got no rust on it, and I'm super jelly that it has no rust on it. But, hey, 60 is cold! Although he's like, yeah, you're right. So, I'm like, why does it have water damage? And then it dawned on me. Then I had another, like, when Primo and I were driving across the country, we were driving through Monument Valley. There was no reception because it's Monument Valley, so we didn't stream this part. We couldn't stream this if we wanted to. It rained for a second in Monument Valley, and Primo was like, there's water coming in over here. And surely enough, it was leaking basically right here. Literally right over that module. So, I'm pretty damn sure that explains the water damage. Okay? Cliff Notes is that I spent all day trying to get the stupid windshield wipers fixed, and it turned out to be a part that's about the size of a jewelry box that cost me $200, so I missed 8 hours of stream. That's the short story. So, I remember that part of the windshield leaks. And I'm like, oh, it's got to be that. Oh, no. It's just going to leak again the next time it rains. And I was thinking about ways to get around it. Now it's like 7 o'clock. I'm thinking about ways to get around it. I'm like, oh, no, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And as I do that, I'm putting everything back together. I'm putting the cowl and everything back together because now the sun's starting to go down, and I said I'd be here around 8, right? So I'm putting everything back together, and then I noticed this when I was taking it off, right? The stainless steel, so see the trim right there, the metal trim? It's stainless steel. The reason why it's stainless is because you don't want this metal to rust and crack the glass when it expands. So they use stainless. The Coronet has all kinds of stainless on it. It's everywhere. That's not chrome, it's stainless steel. Right? Like Starship. Same, well, not the same stuff. It's probably a different type of stainless, but you get the idea. I noticed when I was taking the cowl off that the cowl was underneath the stainless steel trim by about 3/4 of an inch. Maybe about that much. 3/4 of an inch for everybody, for the metric folks is, I don't know. Let's see, 12.7. It's probably like 18 mil underneath. And I'm like, that can't be right. It was like way underneath it to the point where it was really hard to get the cowl out. Like, and then I noticed that the stainless steel, if you look close at this picture, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Look, it's bowed up in the center. Does it match the curvature of the windshield? No. Right before this wiper, you can see it goes up and then it goes back down. Right? See what I'm talking about? And I noticed it was also not touching the glass right here. And I looked at the stainless steel. The stainless steel has a gasket behind it to make sure that water doesn't seep in there. And it was basically like that during the entire Route 154. It was bowed out, and then there was all kinds of dirt and crap in there. It was just all kinds of crap and just composted leaves and whatever. It was getting stuck up in there. So when I took the cowl off earlier in the day at like 2 in the afternoon, I got a shop vac out and I got some, what did I use? I used glass polish, and I went in here and I cleaned all that up. I used the shop vac to get it out. I went in, I cleaned the cowl. It's very clear that nobody had been in there for a long time. There was like a pile of dirt sitting in the drip, in the cowl, like kind of reservoir. Once again, this thing is like a gutter. What it's supposed to do is, when it rains and your windshield wipers shoot all the rain off, there's vents right here, and when the water comes up over the hood, it leaks down in there, and it's basically like a gutter on a house. It's the top point is like right here, and then it goes down to the right and then down to the left, and then there's a little drain pipe basically right here. It's just to make sure the water doesn't pool right there and rust it from the inside out, which is what happens on old trucks. They've been doing that for a while. So, I went in there, I cleaned it all out, but I noticed that this thing was way underneath the stainless steel, to the point where the stainless was like an inch off the windshield. Once again, you can see it in this picture that I took of it from like 20 feet away. It's bowed up. It doesn't match the windshield. That would be one smooth curve. So it's bowed up right there, and it's bowed up right there, right where the leak was. So I'm putting the cowl back, and I'm like trying to get it to tuck up underneath the stainless steel like it was supposed to, but right before I did that, I was like, that stainless is supposed to be touching the windshield, so I saw there was clips underneath, so I just kind of did a little bit of this, and I popped it back in. And now I can't seat the cowl the same way. I know that I can't seat it the same way because I can see white paint from the truck's original color. The truck was fleet white, like this. So I can see white paint right here. Right now, if you went out and looked at the truck, there's a white stripe of paint, and then there's the blue that Hoonigan painted it, and then there's the red that Hoonigan painted it right after. So I'm trying to seat the cowl correctly, making sure I shim it for the body gap on right and left, right? Making sure that it's centered, right? And making sure that it's seated correctly, because there's slots. The screw holes right here, or the screw holes that are underneath the hood, are slotted. So, like, I'm trying to make sure that it's nice and centered. I get it nice and centered, and I noticed I try to put it back in the same place and use the paint as a reference, and I noticed that when I do that, it doesn't line up. Now, I wasn't honestly paying attention when I took it off. I just undid screws because I was like, I got to get this done because I got to get to work. Oops. That statement aged well. So I'm sitting there going, what the frick is wrong with this? Like, what the frick? Like, why won't it seat? Why won't it seat? And then I remembered that I pushed the stainless in. And then it kind of hit me. At some point, somebody must have screwed with this cowl and pushed it back, and it popped the stainless up, and that most likely is what caused the leak. The thing is, guys, I don't know why somebody would screw with the cowl. It was very clear that no one had ever tried to screw with the wipers or the washer motor. Not Hoonigan, nobody'd been in there for a while. So that's the part where I don't understand. So this story is kind of open-ended. I don't really understand why someone would take the cowl and push it back like that and have it like seat underneath the stainless steel and then open up the windshield to the like a windshield seam to the elements. Now, hopefully, pushing the stainless back in doesn't leak again because it's seated correctly. And the gaskets underneath the stainless steel, I saw them; they were all right. Yeah, Loopy, they were not installed correctly. Yeah, I don't know if anybody had been in there. I don't know if the original owner screwed with it. I have no idea. But I can tell you by how much compost was in the drainage part right here. There was dirt, there was leaves, there was pine needles, there was all kinds of crap in there. When I took it off, I vacuumed out so much crap. I cleaned everything up in there. I hit it with degreaser. I cleaned it all. And then I washed it out, and then I cleaned it again because it took me like 30 to 45 minutes to get that thing clean. Just so I could get at the wiper mechanism, because the wiper motor bolts the wipers, and how windshield wipers work is on a reciprocating mechanism, kind of like a steam engine. So, like, the wiper motor has like a tab coming off of the axle that spins, right? And the wiper's plugged into that, and the wiper motor just does this. It just spins. And it creates reciprocating motion, and that's attached to a lever, right? Which causes the windshield wipers to do this, right? So I don't know how that happened, but whoever somebody screwed with the cowl at some point in this truck's life, and they didn't seat this thing back correctly, and it popped the stainless steel up, and that opened up a windshield seam to the elements, and that's why the windshield delay module that I didn't know existed until about 5 hours ago has water damage. That's the reason. I'm convinced. That has to be. And once again, I know this wasn't Hoonigan. This wasn't some jank thing from Hoonigan. The wipers didn't work when they got the truck. They were always on, so they pulled the fuse. So it wasn't them. So somebody at some point in this truck's life was screwing around with that cowl. It was no time in the recent past. Was screwing around with that dang cowl and popped the stainless out. And that's why it leaked, and that's why it water damaged a wiper delay module underneath the dashboard behind the glove box. Good thing it didn't get the ECU. This truck would probably be in a junkyard if that was the case. How you get the wipers themselves off? Sorry, the wipers? Okay, so the wiper, you can pull the wiper arm up. When you pull the wiper arm up, if you look on the windshield side of where the wiper attaches, there's a little tab. You get a flathead screwdriver and push the tab. The tab will move towards the windshield. You got to pull the arm up. The tab will move towards the windshield, and it'll lock the windshield wiper arm in the open position, and then it's just on a spline. You can pull it right off. If it doesn't come, hit it with some pen oil and then use the screwdriver to get leverage to get it off. Mine come right off. Yeah, I could pull them off right now. I could go grab one and show it to you. And being in California, it probably never experienced enough rain to seem to be a larger issue to address. Bingo. Bingo. Got to get the reticulating splines first. Exactly, Zonku. So, that's been my day. And that's why I was 8 hours late, and that's why I'm $200 in the hole for that stupid delay module. But once again, man, I wanted to make sure it's good. This truck can't fail inspection. I'm screwed if it fails inspection. I won't be able to. I can't move stuff. I'd have to buy. I'd have to go buy or rent a van for like a week. We're only getting a van for a couple of days because we're a little thin, right? I'm not talking about this. We're a little thin, so the idea was to put some money into the truck to get it to get it inspection worthy and then drive it. Didn't think if I had known at the start of that endeavor that it would have costed $200 extra, I probably would have just rented the van. I'm not going to lie to you, but at least I have a fully working truck now. That's good. Hey, just joined. What happened with the truck? Long story short, somebody didn't install part of the cowl incorrectly the last time someone was screwing with it. It popped the trim off soapbox, and water leaked in, and water damaged a windshield wiper control module. A windshield wiper control module that I didn't know existed, and it took me all day to figure out that it existed, and it took me a lot longer time to troubleshoot it after that, and then figure out that it was actually junk to get my windshield wipers on the truck to work correctly, and it's $200, and I bought it, and now my windshield wipers work, so now my truck will pass inspection, so now I can use it to move. That's the short story. It hasn't failed inspection, Loopy. I haven't even bothered taking it to the inspection place because I knew it would have failed. Windshield wipers was the last thing. Everything else works. I fixed everything else on this truck. Yeah, it was pretty rough during Route 154. Like I said, the starter was hot wired through the trailer brakes as a kill switch. I shouldn't say through the trailer brakes. It was through the trailer brake harness, if we really want to be technical. I hot wired the truck through the trailer brake harness with a starter button because there was no electronics to work with up in there. Yeah. Could have been more expensive if you took it to a mechanic. Bandit, I don't take my cars to mechanics. The only time I did that is when the tire fell off the car in the middle of Oklahoma, and I was too tired, so I had Shop on 28 in Adair. They pressed new studs in for me. So, other than that, I don't take my stuff to mechanics. I fix my own stuff. Short story. Has it been off the road since it got home then? It's been a yard truck since it came back. It's registered, Loopy. It's on the road. I pay insurance on it. It just hasn't been registered because the truck, I haven't used it for a particular task. All I've done is drive it from my buddy's construction yard to my parents' house and back. And that's it. And that's not that far away from where we are. And my buddy let me store it in his construction yard because my parents' house is full of other cars that we need to fix. The Coronet and the 59 are in there, right? So it's been a yard truck. Never got pulled over. Nobody ever, I mean, I've driven by cops, waved at cops, and nobody ever said anything. So that's kind of nice. Even though the truck looks like a freaking meth dealer or a meth addict's truck, but I'll paint it. I'll paint it when we get to garage. Trust me. I'll paint it back to Fleet White, and if we want it to look like the Route 154 thing, I'll just wrap it. Yeah. I didn't really drive it during the winter, Mutter. Didn't drive it during the winter at all. But even if I wouldn't have gone over there if it was snowing, right? Thank God it didn't snow that much this winter. That would have sucked. That would have sucked even more. Who knows what else that would have screwed up. But yeah, I basically been driving it. Once spring came around, so like March, like a little bit after the snow, we had a pretty mild winter. I've been driving it to my parents' house, getting my tools, because all my tools are there. Driving to my parents' house, fixing one thing on the weekends, and driving it home. I did that for like March, April, and then I kind of stopped doing it in May because, we started looking for a house and stuff. And then once July came around, June, July, late June, early July, we figured out that, we were closing, and then I was like, we can use the truck to move. It's not going to take that much to get it working, to get it to pass inspection. So we could actually use it as a regular truck. So basically what I've been doing on the weekends for like the past 3 weeks, guys, is just going and fixing things on the truck. Fixing cross members, bent cross members that we needed to fix. Put the second fuel tank in. I still need the fuel lines for that because I need to do some custom work, but that's another story. Put the second fuel tank in, redid the cross member. We got to put the tow hitch in. I put the bed isolators in, so there's rubber insulation where the bed mounts to the frame. So when you drive over a bump, it doesn't sound like a freight train derailing because the bed doesn't, bounce around because it's on a rubber isolator. I put the bed isolators in. What else did we do? I did the steering column. I rebuilt the steering column. I reshimmed it. I put it back in. I put a new ignition actuator rod, new ignition barrel. It's a long list, but all these parts aren't too expensive. Really, they're not. A new ignition barrel is like $20. A new ignition actuator is like $5. It's nothing. You can still buy the part from Ford, which is funny. That's what I did. What else did I fix? I fixed the flashers. I fixed all that. I got the fuel tank selector working. There's the whole fiasco with the slave cylinder and the slave cylinder running out of fluid, and then me having to rebleed the system. Yeah. Done a lot of things. I've changed the oil. I didn't flush the coolant. I topped it off with coolant, and it hasn't gotten hot since, so that's good. Dude, I've done so much work on that thing. Yeah, it's a lot. Moving the bed off was not fun. But, yeah, it's been a lot of work. And the last thing that we needed to get it inspected was the windshield wiper thing, and that was also the most expensive. But, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, Jen, there you go. Yeah, average redneck truck doesn't fly very well in the city here, Loopy. I get weird looks all the time. I don't care. Out where I'm at, though, yeah, I saw 3 multicolored trucks today when we were driving around the neighborhood where the new house is. So yeah, I'm good. 3 multicolored OBS Fords. I'm not even kidding. You can ask Brimo. I'm like, it's a sign, baby. It's a sign. So the tow package isn't in there, but I gotta go and fiddle with the trailer brake harness because I have to make sure when I step on the brakes in the truck that the brake lights go on the trailer along with the running lights when I turn the lights on. So I have to go fix that. My dad said he would help me tow stuff, so that's an after moving project now. You just had a new engine put in your SUV. First time I ever had paid anyone to do any work for me whatsoever. It's going back for a third time in 3 months for yet another. Oh, cryptech, that sucks. But yeah, a water damage wiper delay module that I did not know existed is what was making those wipers not work. And once again, this incident for a wiper, for a water damage module, had to be isolated to this truck, because I googled this and dude, it took me forever to figure out that this was even here. Exactly, Bren. I don't regret doing all this work, even that $200 wiper module. Now I have a working truck. I have a truck that I can actually move stuff around with, so if I need to go find parts for it and for other cars, I can. Having truck's pretty handy, especially one with a long box. It's, yeah, it's pretty truckma vans, you understand? Numbers are pulled. Are you a winner? I'd have to go look. Draco, I've already fixed the wipers. Yeah, that was the end of the story. I fixed it with a new delay module, and it cost me $200 in 8 hours of my time. Oops. I understand, my vans. Yep. Are we just we're doing that? Yeah. No. That's still funny. We're doing that more. Yep. Exactly, Alex. We have a hauler. Yep. Right now we could just use it to move stuff, anything that'll fit in that bed, we could use it to move that. That's good enough. And the lease on the apartment doesn't end, on this apartment that I'm in right now, it doesn't end until August 31st. And the sellers move out of the house the day after tomorrow. So they move out actually Sunday into Monday. They said they'll be out by Monday, so so we can use it to move stuff throughout the entire week, and now I don't have to spend $1,500 on movers, and I definitely didn't spend $1,500 on the truck, that's for sure. And I don't have to rent a moving van for like a week and spend like $1,000 on that. No, I've compounded with all the stuff that I fixed on the truck. I'm probably like 500 in, so it's 500 for a truck, and then I get to keep the moving truck, which is pretty cool. Total on Tough Enough, like. That includes, I always include, like, in how much I'm into the truck, driving it across, so I include the gas. When I drove it across the country, I'm probably in this truck maybe about $3 or $4 grand, somewhere around there. Yeah, it's not that much. Hoonigan hooked me up. They were very nice to me. And, yeah, once again, all the stupid things that's wrong with this truck is not a knock on Hoonigan. They weren't expecting somebody to drive it across the country and fix it. They used it in a freaking reality TV show on YouTube, so it's fine. Like, I knew what I was getting into, you know? Still cheaper than movers. That's right, Ren. Yep. And I got a wife out of it, too, so that's pretty cool. When we drove across the country, for the people that don't know, I proposed to Bremo, so yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good deal. She's cool. She was wrenching. Primo was with me there the entire time. She was wrenching with me. She wanted to learn. I was like, why do you want to learn this? She's like, I think it's cool. I'm like, you got to learn how to lie better, sweetie. It was a joke. She laughed. It's cool. You'll be able to get a little car trailer and move cars to a new place with it once you got the tow package, right? Yep. So you need to add the cost of the ring into the truck? No, I don't. Hey, Clayton, what's going on? How's gas on that thing? On the highway, dude? I mean, it's got a 5.8 in it. It's got a 351 Cleveland. Or not Cleveland, Windsor. It's Windsor, not a Cleveland. I wish it had a Cleveland motor in it. That'd be cool. I think on the highway it probably gets like 20, 15 city, 20 highway, something like that. It's not good, guys, but it's not. It's a truck. It's a heavy duty work truck. It's not like if it was getting 30 miles to the gallon, it ain't a work truck. You know what I mean? Unless it's a diesel. You don't pay movers because you don't want to do the work. You pay movers to sacrifice their backs to the moving gods. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, it's fun. Cleveland is horsepower, Windsor is torque, right? Reverse that, Panta. They didn't put Clevelands in these trucks too, by the way. They didn't put them in there. Or you could rent that U-Haul thing where it just goes under the front wheels for a few days to move. Yeah. Is your gas below 5? Oh, Brent, yeah, no. Here's the thing about not living in the city. Right now, gas in Boston is like $4.60 or something. $4.60, $4.70, depending on where you go. There's still some places like in the city that are like in the center of the city that are like $4.80. The gas station that's near my house, out in the sticks, it's like $4.29. Yep. It's down to $3.90 in Virginia. Nice, Slack. It's $3.55 here. Yeah. It's Massachusetts, guys, so gas prices are still high. But yeah, $3.79 in $3.97, $3.79 in Texas. Nice. I live in the sticks and it's $5.79 here. This is fine. Yeah, got over 6 in California not long ago. Yeah, gas prices spiked because of the uncertainty from certain oil exporters and uncertain events. It happens. You're paying $6. Oh, gosh. But anyway, yeah. $4.29 is really good. That's the point is that it's not that far away, right? And it's like almost 50 cents cheaper than what's around here in the city. So that's why I'll be honest, guys, that's why I was so incessant on hooking the rear tank up and trying to get that figured out. It only has one tank operable right now. Second tank's in there, but I got to do some jimmying with the fuel lines, but that's another story. Yeah, fill up down there. I ain't filling up in the city no more. You know, with all the trips that we're gonna make with Tough Enough, like we gotta. Oh yeah, we gotta. More work to do. Like yeah, saving 50 cents per gallon is preferable. And to think we thought we were saving money with cheaper rent moving out to rural Hemet. Oh jeez, nice, Hemet. That's really good. Who linked that? That's pretty funny, man. Panta, yeah. If you get it, you get it. That's pretty good, man. That's pretty funny. Oh, nice, Cryptech. There you go. Yeah, fellas, I'll be honest with you. Every car I own has a V8. Every car and truck that I own is rear-wheel drive. The Mustang probably is the best. If I really am careful with the manual transmission, I can get it up to 30 miles per gallon highway. I've done it. I did it during the pandemic. Yeah. Brima and I played a game during the pandemic called Rona Road Trips, where you see how far you can drive the car before the gas tank hits half, and then you turn around and go home. Yeah. I got it up to 30 miles a gallon. It was a fun game. You could drive to your favorite destination if you have the fuel range to do it, and then you go and see it out the window, you turn around and come home. It was fun. That's some Top Gear stuff. It was cool. It's a good time. And, you know, especially when you can't get out and experience the place that you want to drive to, you just drive by, turn around, and go home. It was something to do, all right? Jeez. So, you know, all the cars, the Mustang probably gets the most miles per gallon. It gets 24 city. 30 on the highway if you're careful. You can get it up to like 28 on the highway with normal highway driving around here, right? Normal highway driving around here. It's a good joke. But, see, here's the thing, fellas. I don't commute. I don't need to commute. I don't commute in my cars. I drive my cars on the weekend. So I don't spend that much money on gas. Even the high gas prices, they really didn't affect me at all. But That doesn't mean it isn't bullcrap. You know what I mean? The Fusion doesn't get more. The Fusion is technically Brimo's Slackster. Yeah, that's Brimo's car. That's a lease. Brimo's a lessee for that car. But yeah, it does. The Fusion is 2.0 turbo all-wheel drive. Yeah, on the highway it'll get 30. On the city though, no, all-wheel drive. Your gas prices are a fraction of what they've been in New Zealand for forever. Mary, you don't want to know what the gas prices were here pre-pandemic, dude. You don't even want to know. You'll be like... Yeah, Loopy, that's the idea. Das, actually, I've been working with... And I guess I can tell you guys this now. I've been working with Das to get the PTZ cameras that he uses for Starbase Live. He said he'd come and hook one up for me. So, yeah. I'm working on that project. Low-key. Loopy, yeah, I don't want to be a dick. Hypemare, gas prices were like $2 a gallon here in 2019, $2 a gallon. So, what's that in metric? 63 cents a liter. 0.62 a liter. Sorry, man. Yeah, there you go, Ibit, right? It's $2 a liter. I'm sorry, man. I don't like talking about it, dude. But yeah. Yeah, it sucks. It's annoying. Yeah, Sean, yeah. The next 2 years, 2 of the top 5 returns are close. Yeah, that's great, Fistus, you know. I bought gas for $1.29 yeah, Fozzie, yeah, exactly. I remember, so Fozzie, one of the destinations that one of our Rona road trips was to North Conway. And I remember filling up at the gas station in North Conway that's like right next to the train to the train station. I know you know what I'm talking about. I remember filling up there for what you're talking about. It was like a $1.40 or something. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I filled up there once. We did a Rona road trip, and I think one of the trips, I made it to North Conway on a half tank and then drove back. And then the next one, like, this is in the middle of the pandemic. This is like May of 2020. I was like, I didn't, because we drove through the Kangamangas and I hypermiled it through the Kangamangas. I basically rode in neutral all the way down the hill and got like 40 miles to gallon in the Mustang or something. But the second time we went up again, and I didn't have the right fuel. I didn't proportion the fuel right, so I needed to fill up. So, yeah, it was ridiculous. Conway Scenic Railroad. It's a gas station right by that station, Loopy. Yeah. Yeah. My parents used to take me up there when I was a kid all the time. Oh, yeah. Because trains. I like trains. Yeah. Makes sense. Did you ever notice the little snowcat across the way by the Mount Washington Museum in Conway? This was made by Thiokol. Yeah, Thiokol did all kinds of stuff, including solid rocket boosters. Yeah, I did know that, actually. Super excited. Almost time to move. Yep. Me too, Doom. Jeez, Zonka, that's crazy. I'd like diesel to come down a bit. Yeah. By the time I get the Deuce roadworthy again, 8 to 11 miles per gallon without zero cargo gets pricey. Yeah. Doom with the 70. Thanks. Yeah, the Keg's a fun road to drive, Fozzie. Absolutely. Yeah. Dude, we drove through the first Rona road trip when we drove through the Kangamangas. We saw 2 cars. 2. That's it. Every scenic overlook was empty. It was awesome. Oh, it was awesome. There was no one up there. I got cell phone signal. The highest point of the Kangamangas, the scenic overlook, if you're going towards the Conway side, right? There's a scenic overlook where you can see the entire valley where the river is, right? I FaceTimed Brimo's parents from there because no one was around, no one was using their phones. Even in the middle of a national park, we FaceTimed Brimo's parents and got a good connection. I'm not even, dude, I asked Brimo, I'm not kidding. And then we went to North Conway last year, and there were so many people around, couldn't even get a cell phone, so you couldn't even send a text. It was dead because everybody that was up there was posting photos on Instagram and all that stupid stuff. Yeah. No, it's ridiculous, Fozzie. I'm sitting there going, how am I talking to you? They're like, Primo's parents are like, we don't know with words. Yeah, Fozzie, yeah, it kind of is. But it's pretty. And I like trains, so. 91 was $6.75 a gallon still over on the coast, about $6.25 here in town. Damn, dude, jeez. Yeah. I think on the second road trip, the one where I didn't get the fuel right, I tried to go a little bit further and we got to Bartlett, and then I'm like, no, we got to turn around. And then by the time we got back to Conway through Intervale, I was like, yeah, we got to fill up. Yeah, looping, yeah. Anyway. So, Clayton, your dad was telling you the other day the average American driver went from paying 36 per gallon to, yeah, at 1970, dude, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to get stung by these gas prices during the move, so that's going to suck, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I FaceTimed from the top, in the middle of the White Mountain National Forest, because there was no one was using their phones, because no one was outside, because everybody was home, everybody was using their internet, so yeah, it's ridiculous. This is the stupidest thing. I'm like, how is this even working? It's all right. Slackster, if you remember, my grandparents have that crazy basement with walls full of trains. Of course I remember, dude. You showed me pictures. Yeah. And the huge layout. We're having a big open house later this year. You can come and stream it. There will be some other train YouTubers there. Is a bit of a stretch, but I thought you'd be interested. Keep that on my radar, Slackster. See what we can do. Make it happen. Yeah, keep reminding me, dude. I gotta keep it in my brain, and then yeah, we'll see. Anyway, fellas, yeah, that's my crazy story about how I was 8 hours late for the stream today and $200 in the hole. But the house walkthrough went great. Once again, I want to show you guys the garage. I said I would show pictures, and it's been like an hour since I've showed them. Said I would show pictures of the garage. Here you go, if you haven't seen it. Now, keep in mind, like I said, the seller's stuff is still in the garage. They're still moving out, but they said they'd be out by Monday, and I believe them. They're nice people, so. Here's the garage. Note the door. Yeah, Roz, right? Yeah. It is insulated, Loopy. Yep. It's got thick insulation up here. This garage was built in 2020. I pulled the permits on it to be sure. It was built in 2020. It's brand freaking new. It's about 1,000 square feet. I'd say it's probably 30, maybe 30 wide, 40 long. It's friggin' huge. Yeah. And it's got a fridge. You can put 6 packs of soda in there and 2-car, Clayton, look at the garage door. The garage door has 4 sets of hinges. A residential garage door has 3. So a regular garage door is probably about this. I said it once, I'll say it again. You could drive a deuce and a half into this garage. It'll fit inside. So yeah. Oh yeah, we could fit 2 cars in there. Sure. I told you I bought a frigging high bay. So much room for activities. Oh, we're gonna build rockets in there. I may have told the seller that today when we were doing the walkthrough, because yeah, I got asked the inevitable question. Oh, what do you do? I'm like, damn it. Oh, why'd you have to ask me that? Gonna put paneling up over the insulation, maybe paint it so you can hang posters. Well, vinyl flags, Loopy, is what is the thing to hang in the garage. Yeah, don't worry. I got some flags. You guys might like them. I might need more. Yep, cold snacks. Exactly, Foz. Yeah, you got it. You keep saying that, and I'll make it a reality. So, yeah. I didn't take any of the pictures of the rest of the house. I said I'd get you pictures of the garage. But yeah. Did you tell him you're an adult online entertainer? No, Fistus. I said I'm a live streamer. I've been doing it for a decade. I live stream vocational and STEM outreach. And they were like, huh? And I'm like, I play educational video games and teach people primarily about rockets and rocket science. And they were like, rockets? I'm like, yes. How do you answer that question when asked? Depends on who I'm talking to, B0. It depends on who I'm talking to. If I'm talking to somebody that has no idea, like, dude, total normie, like somebody that does not internet, I say I'm a contractor for Amazon. And I also say that to people that I don't know. But I know the sellers, and I know the seller's realtor, and I know my realtors. My realtor already knew what I did, so I just say I'm a contractor for Amazon, and that's not wrong. And they go, oh wow, that's cool. And then nobody usually asks questions after that. I am contracted, but I'm contracted through Twitch. But I can't say that I'm contracted through Twitch, but Amazon owns Twitch. Everybody knows what Amazon is. It's just easier to say that. Trust me. If a conversation comes up and people want to know what I really do, right? I'll say what I just said. I live stream vocational. I live stream vocational edutainment and STEM outreach, centered primarily around rocket science. That's what I tell people that know what live streaming is. I work for Bezos. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm sure. Once again, I'm gonna fill it up with my own crap, let alone other people's stuff. No, you know what I mean. But yeah, we'll figure out a way. But yeah, dude, you speak resume. Much impressed. Had a lot of time to think about it, Dot. But yeah, and then if somebody knows what Twitch is, I just tell them what I do. Oh yeah, I play my Kerbal Space Programs, my main game. But I do space news segments where we talk about what's going on with rockets. It depends. It really depends who I'm talking to, B. Depends who I'm talking to. I have varying responses, and yes, I have those 3 varying levels memorized. Yeah, but the reason why it came up, they were like, "Oh, what do you do?" And I'm like, "Oh, live streamer," and I said what I did, and the reason why I gave them the mid-tier response and not the Amazon contractor thing is because the sellers are good people. They're really nice people. They've been really cool. Like, everything we found in the building inspection, they're like, yep, we'll fix that, no problem. Yep, we'll do this. Yep, we'll do that. They fixed a bunch of things that weren't up to code. Now, keep in mind, fellas, just because it's not up to code doesn't mean it was a bad job. Technically, if you buy a house right now that was built in 1976, right, that's not up to code, right? I just picked a random year. Like, it's not up to code. It's not up to code. There was no building codes in the 70s, right? That didn't come around until the 80s. So, we were like, we need this fixed. And they were like, sure, absolutely. Like, they were super cool. And, like, once again, this is not my information to share. The circumstances for the reason why they don't want to move, that there's circumstances that are going on that are out of their control that's causing them to move a very long distance away from where we are. So, like, I knew that, and I knew that, and the reason why I told them my live stream is because I was like, look, I know you guys love this house. They put a lot of work into that thing. I mean, look at the damn garage. They built look at it. They really put a lot of work into this thing. They graded the terrain behind the house for the garage. The backyard is all graded. Like graded, like moving dirt, and probably like at least 30 to 40 trees removed. How do I know that? I saw the Redfin pictures of the house when they bought it in 2018, and I saw what it looked like before they had it. Dude, there's easily like 150 to 200 G's worth of equity in this house, right? They graded the terrain behind it. They put a new septic tank in. The septic tank's brand new. It's got gas heating, hook up for a gas range. It's got central air conditioning. It's got electric on-demand water heater. Like, this house is hooked up, dude. It's hooked up. And I was like, you guys clearly love this house. So I told them what I do. They're good people, and I figure I'd be honest with them. Because I said, I'm like, you guys are moving far away, but if you want to check on your house, just check on the live stream. I'll show you. I'm gonna be working out of that garage, and they were like, they're so nice. They're such nice people to the point where I'm like, I told them that I'm like, just watch the live stream, and I will give you updates as to what we're doing. If you really want it, I'll take pictures. I'll send them to you. You know. And they were like, oh, you guys are so nice. You got to come visit us. And I'm like, okay. All right. I mean, yeah, cool. Where you're moving is kind of far away, but sure, that'd be great. And they were just really nice people. So I figured I'd be honest. I told them exactly what I did. And they were like, that's really freaking cool. And they were really, it's so sweet. It's like to the point where it's like, oh, come on. They were really happy that somebody bought the house that's going to put the garage that the guy built to use. He was like, he was pumped about that. He's like, oh, you're gonna use the garage? I'm like, yeah, of course. It's gonna be my office, man. I'm gonna wrench on cars in there. That garage will see 50, 60 hours of work every week. He's like, oh, thank God someone's gonna use it. I'm like, what? What? Yeah, shuts, exactly. I just asked them. It's sooner than I realized. August 13th and 14th. I don't think that's going to work. Yeah, slack, yeah. Oh, I know. Hell, that's why you don't see me here much. Life is crazy. Yeah, I got job. So when are you moving in? Monday. Around Monday. Yeah, they're nice people, Ray. They're really, you know, it's kind of people you want to be friends with. They're just really good. They're just really good people. Like, the hell else can I say? Like, I can't sit here and say that if this situation was reversed and I was selling my house, I would want to make sure the garage that I freaking built gets used. I can't say that that wouldn't make me happy. That's not true. And I was talking, here's the thing. I was talking with him, and the guy is a tradesman, right? And I said he was a plumber. I omitted that detail. He's a painter. He's a finished painter, like a finished carpentry painter, like house painter and stuff, right? I said he was a plumber because I didn't want anybody looking around for this house, especially when we were negotiating, right? The guy's a painter, and I was talking to them, and he's like, yeah, I take people's furniture and I go in that garage and I paint them, and I paint shutters in there, and we paint doors in there. I paint everything in there, and then I drive back to people's houses and I put these shutters on, and sometimes it takes. Dude, I am not making this up. The guy said, they said this verbatim. He goes, sometimes it takes longer because I really want to make sure that I paint the best damn shutter that I can, or the best damn door. Like, I'm very meticulous about my work, and sometimes I'll be out in there for hours just making sure that the paint is right. And I'm like, how many hours a week you work? He's like, dude, I'll get Brimo in here and she will confirm this. I shit you not. The guy verbatim said exactly what I say. He goes, I haven't worked a week under 50 hours in like the past 5 years. And I'm like, I like you. That's what I do. Yes, you're cool. I like you. Yeah, it's clean. Yeah, it's clean. It's not a paint booth, no. But he was painting in there. I'm like, what the absolute hell is happening here? And I immediately looked at Bree, and she looked at me and went, I'm like, what the fuck? What? Did we just become best friends? Want to go do karate in the garage? Yep. Like, yeah, no, they're, really nice people. Really nice people. I would want to tell you more, but that's not my information to share. I want to tell you more about why they're moving, but they're very sweet. They're very cool. Like, we showed up for the walkthrough this morning, and they were like, oh, you're early. And we're like, no, we're not. And they were like, oh, wait, what time was the walkthrough supposed to be at? Oh my gosh, I'm so busy trying to get everything figured out. And I'm like, whoa, calm down. We'll come back. Come back in like 30 minutes. Is that cool? Oh my God, thank you. Come back in 30 minutes. Oh my God. I'm like, all right, I'll see you in a half hour. Like, And freaking, yeah, we came back. They're like, oh, thank you for understanding. I'm like, I feel bad for shooing you out of your house now. Why did you do this to me? Hey, Neveling, what's going on? Yeah, Round, that's not, I can say that, thankfully, that's not what's going on. Yeah, there's just weird circumstances, dude. They did tell us about it, and yeah, I was like, I'm live streaming, I will show you, I will literally live stream the front of your house so you can see that I'm taking care of it. These people are super sweet, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry, we'll come back. We'll come back in the summers because we like Massachusetts a lot. So we'll come back here in the summers." And you know, I was like, "Good, barbecue's on me. Let's do it. Just tell us when you're coming. Tell us when you're coming." So yeah, they're super nice people. Just and we kind of hit it off with them right away, which is pretty sweet. That's cool. It's nice to make a connection like that, fellas. You know. Yeah, Bran, yeah, right, yeah. Bran, dude, look, I may get a little pissy at the games and stuff, like if I'm sucking at racing, but I'm generally, like, dude, generally pretty chill. Like, I don't, unless I'm in a rush, you know, like, I'm sure you've seen me be meticulous about things and be like, no, I gotta finish this, blah, blah, blah. Like, if I'm in the zone, then yeah, I'll probably be like, you know, but generally pretty chill dude. Like, I can understand, like, I come in, I'm like, you know, I understand you're busy, like, and dude, like, they came out of the house and they were freaking out because they got the time wrong. Like, that's why they were freaking out. They're like, oh, please come back in a half hour. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm like, we'll be back in a half. It's no problem. Let's just go drive around. I'm like, Bree, you cool with it? And she's like, yeah, I'm cool with it. I'm like, all right, cool. We'll be back. No problem. Do your thing. Do your thing. So, all in all, at the new place, we'll be able to see launches directly from your house. I'd have to go to the beach to do it at night, but the beach ain't that far away. So, yeah, Panta, yeah, exactly. It was just, I was like, all right, no problem. I'm generally pretty chill in real life. I'm very low key. I'm not as loud as I am here, that's for sure. I just like, you know, it's like a game that I play with myself, dude, because I used to lose my temper all the time. All the time. 18, 19, 20, stuff would piss me off, and I would just let loose. Say stuff to people you really don't freaking mean. Why do you think I'm so, like, on it, about telling you guys, like, keep your cool, figure it out. Be like Gene Kranz. Gene Kranz wouldn't freak out, he wouldn't yell at somebody. It's not a reality TV show, right? It's a good way to go about living, dudes. Because I'm sure if you're kind of if you're kind of typical kind of guy, it's hard to control your temper, isn't it? At least it is for me, or it was for me for the longest time. Hard to control your temper. It's really difficult sometimes to not want to put your fist clean through a door, and you know you can do it too. But just because you can do it doesn't mean you should, right? It takes a lot of force to put your fist through a door, but it takes a lot of effort to do that. But it takes even more effort to not do that, if you catch my drift. So, I've learned over time, just be cool. There's no need to get upset. No Jimmy's rustled, dudes. Patience is hard, Mind Drive. It's hard to hone that skill. I will say that. It is very difficult. Kerbal has helped me do that. I'm not even kidding. Kerbal helped me hone that skill. That and just growing up, just dealing with life. But heck, if I was in that position, I asked if they wanted anything while I was out. I'd go to get them coffee. Yeah, Loopy, we were just so taken aback because they were like freaking out. I was just like, yeah, we'll come back. It's cool. Like, I remember that foul-mouthed guy flying the space shuttle in KSP from 8 years ago. Yeah, Roscoff. Yeah. Look, just because you can put your fist through the frickin' wall doesn't mean you should. I put my fist through a thick glass window once. I don't know about you guys, man. I used to rage at stuff a lot. A lot. I remember playing Xbox Live back in the day. I was the guy, dude, I was the little 13-year-old kid. I'm not even kidding. This is like 2004, 2005. No, not 13. I was 14. 14? No, couldn't have been 14 in 2004. 16. 15, 14, 15, 16, somewhere around there. Xbox Live came out in 2004. But see, I played Xbox Online before Xbox Live existed using the GameSpy tunnel. I was that little annoying kid that told everybody that I was going to sleep with their mom. Yep. Yeah, that was me. Oh yeah. I used to get so pissed. I'd throw the freaking controller. I broke so many Xbox controllers, man. And then I'd have to, you know, go mow the lawns to freaking save up money to buy another one. Yeah, temper's a hell of a thing, dude. And, you know, every time I broke a controller, you know, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Frick you, controller. You deserved it. Like, no, that's borderline sociopath behavior. Yeah, you probably shouldn't do that. I didn't feel good about breaking the controllers after I did it, man. I did not feel good about it. I felt bad. I'm like, oh, I broke this thing. Like, why? Was it worth it? Like, you know, trying to honing your temper in and keeping your cool and staying patient is a hard thing to do. Especially nowadays, man, when everything is designed to rustle your jimmies. Every freaking thing, dude. Everything is designed to elicit a response, right? Outrage, news headlines, clickbait, everything. Like, it's really hard to keep your cool. It's like a game for me now. I like doing it. See how much you can keep your cool before you want to put your fist through the wall. Weren't we all that kid? Yeah. Fractured 2 tarsals in a table when I was 18 after losing to a raid in WoW after 6 hours. Newt, that was probably justified, man. Those Black Rock Mountain raids from back in the day, dude. Rage-inducing. That's right, Clayton. Xbox Live debuted in 2002. I was gonna say, like, 13, 14, I clearly remember playing... Yeah, that's right. Xbox Live did come out for Xbox One. I do remember that. Yeah, Kane. You know, so, like, it's one thing I've learned over the years. Just chill. Just chill. Keep your cool. Stay patient. Don't panic. Heck, guys, the wheel came off the damn truck during Route 154. Did you see me panic? No. Called the shop. We fixed it. We were on the road the next day. I mean, wheel came off the freaking truck driving like 60 miles an hour down the road. Saw the wheel freaking rolling down the road. I'm like, huh, all right. Yeah, I hit a stud, Bren. Yeah. Pinky. Look at my pinky finger kind of goes this way and then it goes that way. See that? Yeah. I kind of nicked it. It hit the stud like right there. Shattered that. Oops. Yeah. All my other fingers are good. I did break my pointer finger though, but that was because I caught a football wrong. See how up here it kind of goes that way? Yeah, that's been broken a lot. Don't panic. That's right, Knight. But yeah, so, you know, don't panic. Keep your patience, right? The sellers were like freaking the frick out. They were all like, oh my gosh, oh my God, no, you're here on it. I'm like, guys, calm down. It's really not a problem. We're not that high maintenance. It's really not. It's really okay. Like, do your thing. We'll be back. It's no problem. And they're like, oh, thank you so much. And they're very sweet. So that's cool. That's cool. But yeah, dudes, we got a garage, man. Got a garage, baby. It was the back left engine, Uber. Driver's side left. The truck actually still has... It's funny. The 97 has 3 black rims and then a gray rim where the rim was replaced. Because I pulled a spare tire and rim out of the junkyard when we left California because I thought I was going to blow a tire. Didn't think I would destroy a rim, but hey, it is what it is. Yeah. So that rim is going to stay gray as long as I have those wheels and tires on it. It's going to stay gray. The other wheels stay black. I thought that would be a cool thing to do. Yeah, Kick, I remember I was driving down the road in northeast Oklahoma, and driving, everything's fine. Like, we're making good time. You know, we're almost to Joplin. We're almost into Missouri. We should, you know, like I was thinking, like, oh, we'll hit Indy before nighttime. It'll be great. It'll be freaking great. And I'll get Brimo home on time. You know, she won't have to take a day off from work. It's great. And like probably about 5 minutes after I thought that, right? Brimo fell asleep. Because we left early because we were making good time. So she was sleeping, right? And she'd just woken up. And then 5 minutes after that, I'm driving down the road, and I hear. And then 5 seconds after that, it sounded like kind of like I don't even know, shearing metal. Like if you took like metal and just broke it in half. Like I've never heard a sound like that. And then the back left of the truck went down. I was like, we blew a tire. And then after that, I hear the tire rubbing, and I thought it was the tire. I thought it was the deflated tire on the concrete. No, the tire came off and started bouncing around in the wheel well, and I felt the truck go down even more when the tire jammed out to the side and started going down the highway. And I was just at that point, I was focused on just getting the truck off the road. So I started hearing that grinding noise, and I was in the left lane, and I slowed down. I was like, that's not good. I know that's not a good noise. So I pulled into the right lane and slowed down to like 60. I was going like 75. And I could only get it down to like 60. And then the thing went. And then I ditched it right into the breakdown lane and stopped right before a guardrail. And then right when I stopped, we stopped. I see the tire bouncing down the road. I'm like, oh no, we didn't blow a tire. Something broke back there. Crap. Yeah, the VOD is over there, yeah. Yeah, Januber, standing on a corner. Winslow, Arizona. Yep. Oh, nice, Mutter. There you go. PTO drive shaft on your finger. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. And I see the tire going down the road. I'm like, that's not good. We broke something because the tire's not flat. Yeah. And turns out that clunk noise after I heard the tire rubbing around in the wheel well was the drum brake flying off and disintegrating. Dude, so strange. I still can't figure out what the hell that was. All the symptoms point towards loose lugs. I guarantee you the lugs were not loose. I guarantee you. Because if they were loose, I would have heard it. I would have heard that grinding noise right away. There's no way I wouldn't have heard that. You guys would have heard it on stream. Anybody that's ever had loose lugs knows that noise. It literally sounds like a chainsaw being ripped in half. Yeah, Bren, my heart stopped when I saw the tire bouncing down the road. I'm like, please don't hit somebody. Please don't hit somebody. Thankfully it didn't. Somebody was looking out for me that day, dude. Yeah, Bandit, I know, right? Actually, Bandit, you see the C20? You see the C20 episodes of Ice Rift? He stopped at Pops. I'm like, hey, I've been there in a 3/4 ton truck. I was going the different direction, though, but hey, whatever. So, I don't know what that could have been, fellas. It was not the lug nuts, I swear. I tightened them. I know I tightened them. It wasn't the lug nuts. The hub seemed okay. Like, it seemed fine. I looked at it before we left. I didn't now, admittedly, I did not tighten the lug nuts that morning. I checked every other morning. We got out super early, so I forgot to do it. The truck, but even if it was loose lugs, we would have heard it. This happened instantly, like 10 seconds. Like, second one, the truck's fine. Second 10, the tire's flying down the road and I'm driving into the breakdown lane. It was that quick. Loose lugs don't do that. That's not how loose lugs work. I don't know. It may have been the diff on welding itself, Hibbit. Yeah, that's possible. Personally, my theory is that, because these lug nuts were, the lugs were melted, man. They were melted. So something happened. Something happened, and I don't know what it is. I can't figure it out. It doesn't make any sense. I think some of the weld, for whatever reason, got, like, maybe we went over a bump or something, and some of the weld got kicked up, like the old booger weld that was back there. It may have unwelded itself earlier, and I think either it did unweld itself, or some of the welding bits that were in the diff case shot back up into the spider gear and jammed it for like a second, and it broke the tire. Because if you think about it, it makes sense. If it got jammed in the carrier, right? One tire would spin and the other one would lock, because that's how a diff works, right? It's an open diff. It was always an open diff, right? If it dewelded itself, it became an open diff again. It was the delay box, dude. Not cool. Not even funny, my Vans. So, well, were the studs still in the drum disc, or some of it was engine Uber, but the ends sheared off. Where the lug was attached, that part sheared off. And it looked like it kind of melted. Something back there was generated a lot of heat really, really fast. Because once again, even the lugs look like loose lugs. They looked like, it was all the symptoms of it. The holes on the rim were hogged out. The lug nuts sheared off, and the tire came off. And the drum brake fell off. Everything points to loose lugs. But I would have heard it. I would have heard loose lugs. Don't you think I would have heard the rear tire clunking around like that? It makes a terrible freaking noise. It sounds like I said, it sounds like a chainsaw being just ripped in half. When it's not just... It makes the craziest noise. I've had loose lugs before because I've forgotten to tighten them. I did that with my Honda once. I know what that sounds like. This did not sound like that. But you're going straight, so the spiders wouldn't be turning. Yeah, I'm sure it's so strange. Yeah, Loopy, that's it. Kick, what is that? Worst that's happened to you? I can't click on that. It just leads me to opening up Discord. Just got on. What happened? King, we're talking about Route 154. Yeah, but Hibbit, that's the thing. Loose lugs would make a noise, dude. I would have heard it. You guys would have heard it on stream. It's that freaking loud. Sound of the wheel clunking around on the hub. You guys would have heard it. Trust me on this. I've had loose lugs before. Heck, the other freaking day when I did the wheel bearings on the truck, I forgot to tighten down the lugs, and I took the thing for a spin around the block, and I heard it instantly. It's a grinding noise. It sounds horrible. And I pulled out of the driveway, heard it, and I drove right back in. I was like, nope, yeah, I probably should do that. But I knew I didn't tighten the lugs that morning, but I did tighten them when we left Albuquerque, and that was less than a span of 24 hours. I mean, the truck did a lot of miles in those 24 hours, but it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, engine Uber, yeah, you're right. You guys are right. It couldn't have been the spider gears. It had to. Dude, those chunks that we took out of there were like the size of peas. They were pea-sized chunks of weld. Yeah, unless it jammed the pinion, but don't you think the engine would have stalled too? Like, that doesn't make sense. Like, I can't figure it out, dude. Did you retorque every morning or just use the lug bar? I was using a breaker bar. Figured, star pattern. Well, not star pattern because it's an 8-lug rim, and then around the horn. Just to be sure. Maybe I over tightened them. I don't know. Maybe the studs failed from years of over tightening. I mean, to be fair, fellas, this truck was dropped from a forklift. The back of the truck was lifted up on a forklift during Hoonigan, and I'm sure landing on the freaking lugs like that probably wasn't a good thing. You have grease on the lug nuts? No. The link Kickning was trying to share. Thank you, Mavance. Oh, Kick, yeah, that tire's a little messed up. Yeah, when we crossed into Texas from New Mexico, Bandit, we hit one hell of a pothole, and maybe that shook something loose. I probably should have checked, dude. I was tired, man. And that's not an excuse, because I paid for it later, but... If the metal was softened and the nuts popped a thread, it might not be much louder than a pebble smacking the inside of the wheel well. One thread slip would be enough to loosen it and do the damage. Then the stud breaks off and the evidence goes with it. guess, caveman. It must have, dude. It must have been something. About 20 minutes before the tire came off, I filled the truck up with gas, and I looked around. The tire looked fine. The lugs were fine. I would have noticed them melting, don't you think? Like, the filler cap is right by that wheel. I filled the thing up with gas. I looked directly at it. It looked fine. It's so strange, dude. I don't know. I don't know what it could be. I want to say that something jammed the spider gear or something. Or the pinion, or the ring gear, or something. It can't be. That doesn't make any sense, though. But then again, loose lugs don't make any sense either. Yeah, looping. Don't know. Either way, the truck's fixed now. It doesn't matter now. And every time I drive the truck, I make sure that all the hubs are cool when I'm done driving it, and I've been driving it on a once-a-week basis, so I make sure to once over the lugs and everything. The last time I tightened the lugs down on the truck was probably 2 weeks ago, when that incident that I was telling you guys happened. I went around the Ford and tightened everything just to be sure. Now, keep in mind, I've probably driven it a mile since then, back and forth between my buddy's yard and my parents' house. Not here. But probably a little further than that. The truck's with me right now. I have it outside. It's not in my buddy's yard no more. Just have to blame it on the Kraken. It may have gone from fine to loose to sheer. Caveman, watch the VOD. 10 seconds. You can hear it. You can hear that grinding noise, like right before it happens. It's hard. The truck engine drowns it out a little bit, but you can hear it. It's there. At least that's what viewers have told me. I don't want to watch that VOD. I don't need to relive that moment where dude, that scared the frick out of me. I was like, uh-oh. I was cool. I stayed patient, but in the back of my mind, it's like, well, you're going to die now. It's like, oh, that's good. On stream, too. Dude, that's it. It was a Kraken strike. Yeah. It's very strange, Mutter. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Post-traumatic Ford disorder. Yeah, weather guy. I stayed cool, but in the back of my mind, it's like, well, you're dead. Enjoy this. It's gonna be on live stream. This is how you go out. Better not frick it up. I'm like, stop it, brain. Why are you doing this? Yeah, Mutter, that's why it just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Either way, it's fixed now, but I still can't figure it. It's got to be loose lugs, but it can't be loose lugs. I would have heard it. Like, unless what Caveman is saying is right. If it was, they untightened in like less than a quarter mile. Less than a quarter mile, like one loose lug, like turning a quarter turn, cause a cascading failure like that? That doesn't make any sense. What did they do to fix the truck? They pressed new lugs in, and then they put the tire on my spare tire. They put the tire that flew off the truck, took the wrecked wheel on it, used one of my rims, put the good wheel on the tire that I was using, the tire that did come off, and they pressed new lugs in and got new lug nuts and put it back on the truck, and the drum brake was destroyed, and they said it's going to be a couple of days for us to get that backing plate for the drum. And I'm like, do you have a vice grip? And they're like, what? I'm like, do you have a vice grip? And they're like, here. I'm like, if I take this vice grip, if I take this vice grip and pinch the brake line, if we do that and pinch the brake line, do you, we don't need no backing plate. And he's like, you're saying that, man, not me. And it's your truck. If you want to do that, that's fine. But I don't have any part of that. And he's like, I pressed in the studs. I'm donating this vice grip to you. You do what you want with it. And I'm like, fixed. Let's go. And he's like, all right. Most popular clip on live stream fails. What a way to go out. And hopefully I made somebody some money. I like the junkyard forklift damage theory. Yeah, Bill, it just doesn't make any sense. All the signs point to loose lugs, but it doesn't make sense. Front brakes are the important brakes anyway. Journey, I basically babied that thing across 4 states just to, you know, I stayed in the right lane, didn't go fast, and then we met Brimo's parents in Indy, and yeah, I made sure Brimo's dad helped me drive a little bit back so I could watch the live stream and talk to you guys about what happened. So Joey Blue Skies helped me out, and we cannonballed that thing from Indy to Detroit. Spent 2 or 3 days in Detroit fixing everything, getting a new backing plate, getting a bunch of upgrades for the truck, trim stuff that's hard to find. Because, spoiler alert, there's a lot of junkyards in Michigan because there's a lot of cars in Michigan. Don't know why. Very strange. Hi, Pone Sister. How are you? So, yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought because I'm getting tired. Working and sad. Okay. No, Loopy, we went and got the parts from a junkyard. Me and Brimo's dad, he was nice, dude. He was super nice. He took the day off and we went and raided a couple of junkyards in Michigan. Got everything we need, and after 2 days, the truck was good to go. Yeah, I freaking cannonballed that thing for the last leg of Route 154 from Detroit to Boston in one shot. It was like we were like 4 or 5 days behind schedule, but it worked. So did the diff survive its weld detachment? The diff's fine, Ingenuber. It's a Sterling 1025. It's hardened steel. It's fine. It still works to this day. I drove it a couple hours ago. It's fine. We did drain the diff when we were in Detroit and cleaned all the crap out of it. The spider gears, they welded to the spider gears. Hoonigan did. But yeah, welding to the hardened stuff only works for so long. So the spider gears fixed themselves. They're missing, not missing. There's a couple of chunks of teeth missing, but they work just fine. We got all the crap out of it, and then we RTV'd the diff plate back on, and we filled it back up. It hasn't given me a problem since. I drove it across like 6 states. So we went Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York to Massachusetts. So not 6, just 4 after that. I drove it another, 1,000 miles? Yeah, Mutter, from what I could tell, yeah, it looked like they did some gear to gear, and there was some welding bead on the case, but yeah. I hope you can get a new diff. This diff's fine, Journey. It's a heavy duty axle, fellas. The truck has an F350 rear in it. It has an F350 diff behind it. That's right, Jed. It's got a 1025-inch ring gear out back, floating hubs. It's an open diff, but it's running 410s. It's got a 410, 10.25-inch ring gear. That is a diesel freaking rear end. I know. Diesel is the right term there because that's the rear end that they put behind the 7.3 IDI, which makes way more torque than the 5.8. So, honestly, the diff eating through the weld and fixing itself, it's probably fine. I'm serious, it's probably fine. It's really not probably an issue. could put a limited in pretty easily. Mutter, we could. But why put one limited in the back when you could put one limited in the front and one limited in the back? That's all I'm saying. Project for another day, dude. Warder, what broke on the truck today? The windshield wipers. It didn't break. They were already broken, and I forgot that we needed those for inspection because the windshield wipers were always on. They worked, but they were always on. You couldn't shut them off. Now they work correctly. It was very difficult to try and get them to freaking work correctly. It was a long and lengthy troubleshooting process, and it ended up being a $200 delay module that I didn't know existed. And the reason why the delay module took a dump is because water leaked into the cab at some point. Some point before I or Hoonigan had the truck and shorted the thing out. Oh yeah, my buddy had the same problem. We never figured out what it was. For me, somebody didn't put the cowl in correctly. If somebody took it out at some point, they didn't put it back in, and they popped the trim up off the glass. I know, because when I took this out to try and fix the wiper motor this afternoon, there was a bunch of dirt underneath the stainless trim, and I'm like, that's not right. So I popped that all back in, right? This, and fellas already heard the story. This is a short version. And I know it leaked during Route 154 a little bit. It leaked right there. So I ended up figuring out that the freaking delay module is over here, and I didn't even know it existed because I tested the switches, and I concluded that it must have been the wiper motor, so I replaced the wiper motor. It still had the same problem. So I had to go do some Google foo, and eventually I figured out that there was a delay module over here, and I confirmed it in the Haynes manual looking at the harness, right? And I eventually basically troubleshooted the whole damn system to be absolutely sure, because I saw the price on the stupid module, right? And I replaced it, and now the freaking wipers work. So why did it break? It broke because of the stainless steel trim. Water leaked in and shorted it out. Look right here. Water damage all day right there. Night Opture. Yeah, water damage. I didn't want to pay $200, dude. So I literally took the freaking wiper delay module apart because I was like, frick it, I'm going to fix it. And it's water damaged. I can't fix that. I can't fix it if the PCB is peeling apart. Like, that's... So I bit the bullet and spent $200, and it took me 8 hours to figure out what the frick was wrong. But I fixed it. And we're good. Yeah, because water was leaking in because the stainless was up off the windshield and dirt was there in its place. So I cleaned out all the dirt because I replaced the wiper motor. The cowl's clean. Cowl's clean. Windshield wipers are clean. I cleaned the freaking windshield on the truck. I cleaned out all the dirt that was behind that stainless with a shop vac and glass cleaner. Dude, yeah, it's very clear to me that nobody had been in there in a pretty long time. There was a pretty righteous amount of dirt sitting underneath the cowl. A lot of compost. Mega Million is out. Are you winning, son? Let me go grab the ticket, dudes. We'll see. Here. There's the winning numbers. Let's go grab the ticket. I'll be right back. Here's the ticket. Right there. Let's see. So the winning numbers are 13, 36, 45, 57, 67, 14 on the Mega Ball. Nothing matched first digit. No match on second. No match on third. No match on 4. Oh, I matched 2. I matched 2 on the 5th. That's cool. So this is I paid $20 for these quick picks, yeah, I got $2. Yeah, that's good. Did I match the Mega Ball? Nope. Goddamn lottery. I won $2 though. I can look at these and I know what's a winner and what's not, because when I worked in the grocery store, I sold lotto all the time. Yeah, see, look, 67 right there, 67 down here. Match 1, so yeah, it's a $2 winner, I think. Still wealthy in friendship. Nice job on that $18 tax. Goddamn state, man, never fails. $2 is $2. I suppose I'll use it to buy another play if nobody hits it. Yep, that's how it works. What is it? You have a 1 in like 32 million odds of winning. But the lotto, see, dude, the lotto guys used to come into the store and used to make us say this to people all the time. They used to say, oh, you know, tell people if they're thinking about playing the lotto, oh, you can't win if you don't play. Oh, what a dick thing to say. I sold so many lottery tickets saying that to people. Did you know those things, stupid things, still run Flash in 2022? I'd believe it. It's so mean. It's so screwed up, Mank. I said that to so many people. I got so many people to play scratch tickets. Dude, it's such a dick thing to say. I didn't upsell on anything. I was bad at it. I wasn't. Yeah. Luby, I didn't really think about it at the time. But yeah, I had that passing thought like a little while back. I think it was like a couple years ago when Mega Millions got up to like 1.3 or 1.4 billion. I had that thought. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm going to hell. Oh, no. It's such a dick thing to do. You can't win if you don't play. All right, I'll buy a scratch ticket. Oh, it's such a dick thing to do. I'd never do that to somebody nowadays. That's why you're so good at selling space. Brand, I'm not going to sit here and say that working retail for the better part of a decade didn't make me better at communicating what's going on here. It made me very good at it. You're going to hell, but that's not why. Can't go to Mars unless you pay for it. Can't save $30 billion if you can't... You know what? I'm not even making that joke. Never mind. That joke sucks. Hey guys, what's this? Oh, I can't play that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Nuggets, that's right. 95. This is revolutionary. I feel inspired. Well, we got $2. I'll use it to play the lottery again. That's enough internet for the day. Fellas, I'm going to see you bright and early. I missed a lot of time streaming today. Tomorrow we'll mess with the big SSTOs. And if that has to go into a little, we'll do GTA racing. and we should still probably do some Minecraft too. But if I have to leak into Sunday and stream a little bit more to get that SSTO flying, I'll do it. We missed a lot of time today, so. Fellas, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed my crappy truck story and the update on the house. So, once again, I'd like to remind everybody that next week, no games. It's only Space News because I'm going to be moving and streaming at the same time, and that's going to suck. And then the week after that, I need it off to move all this down there. So, and then get the internet set up and figure out what we're going to do. You guys gave us a lot of good ideas on how we're going to run the internet out to the garage. So, I thank you very much. Once again, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody that bit tipped and sub today. I do appreciate it. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. KSP, Minecraft, Space News, more KSP, GTA. I'm going to try to bust out like a 17, 18 hour stream tomorrow. Not try. I'm going to do it because I missed a lot today. Got to make up for it, you know. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you early in the morning. Thank you. Night, night.